Good morning, guys. HYMC is being delisted? Oh shit, are we gonna have to buy it now? You know how I feel about bankrupt and near bankrupt companies. I'm ready for the return of the VUP song. Okay, I can respect that. Good morning, everybody. I'm driving, can you read your daily for me? No? That's not how that works at all. How important was 3,700? Pretty fucking important, Walken. Also, how are those 3,700 calls doing that you were crying about for ever, every day, all day long, over and over and over again? Do you think we could cross GM today with GME? I mean, I think they're going to try to stuff GME's price action as much as feasibly possible. There's still quite a lot of shares to borrow. ETF liquidity isn't that bad. And they really, really don't like volatility breakouts during this time period. It's not good for their positioning, right? So be wary, don't try to like buy like $40 calls hoping for a big IV spike. Because they'll do what they can to minimize the effect of this rally on GME. How successful they'll be, who knows? Yeah, generally during the ETF FTD period, they don't really actively buy in the money puts because they don't want to buy puts into their own covering, but they'll start buying them immediately once they're done covering. So, it can be a pretty narrow window. I will say ETF FTDs this time around are more evenly distributed, but that may not be a good thing, right? Like we kind of like when they spike really hard versus having a better distribution over the 6-day period. You think a $5 fill on Apple at 165 is still possible unopened? No, probably not. Those are gonna be like $8 or something like that at open, roughly. Mental math, but somewhere around there, eight to $9. Does ETF QILD have a predictable impact on QQQ It has massive positions and sells covered calls on a specific date every month. Probably, but you probably don't have enough capital to capture the drop in implied volatility. Also, they sell a spread of covered calls, like a fairly wide delta range. So the impact of dropping volatility on any one strike probably isn't sufficient. Dark pool up, way the fuck up. Utilization skyrocketed yesterday. November, more than enough theta for GME 30C based on your daily, right? I think being closer to the money is more important than the theta, really. Um, right, you're targeting a really narrow window. It's only like 6 days, 7 days. Probably selling by like Tuesday of next week. I mean, I guess you could get the theta too, but I'd want to be closer to the money than 30. Because that'll be like the point that's most contentious, right? Because it's psychologically important. Like they don't want people coming in and buying a shitload of calls and getting all bullish. Thoughts on testing 4,000 in the coming weeks if this rally is confirmed? It's possible. This rally's already confirmed. Um, uh, I mean, we broke through 360, 3650. We broke through 3,700 in the pre-market. Um, the rally's already here. 4,000's a bit of a stretch. The gamma flip point on the SPX is at like 3875. Do you think there will be a chance to close GMECCs today before it gets out of hand? Maybe. I don't know where you're positioned, but we'll see what happens on open. Arbitrage is pretty negative, and they weren't able to generate as much pre-market liquidity today as they were yesterday. So they're going to try to short the open, but the arbitrage could balance that out or even lead to like upside volatility. I've been hodling on November 30th, and it's fairly volatile. Okay. Are you able to fix the link to the daily? It brings up the wrong one. Oh, does it? Oh, weird. No, it brings up the right one. That's today's. Did I mess it up? I put the wrong episode. Whatever. Not a big deal. What's up, Potato Tom? A train operated by a secretive nuclear division was spotted in central Russia over the weekend, heading towards the front line in Ukraine. Okay. This is, yeah, I was gonna say, it doesn't sound so secretive if you know about it. Do you think they're just driving the nukes into the Ukraine? Is that the thesis? You know they fly, right? Thanks, Cameron. Trojan horse style. Not the train, the fucking nukes. Quick name. Uber nuke. Us, no one cares about. Okay, listen, let me tell you about some economies that nobody in the world gives a shit about. Canada, Mexico, Australia. No one cares. I mean, sure, if you live there, understandable. But the market doesn't care what Australia is doing with their rates. Florida, yeah. Don't forget about Iceland. Train seems like the worst way to deliver a nuke. It really doesn't seem great, right? Hey, Fubo hit $4. Nice. It's hilarious, all this bearish news that people keep throwing around. Ah, I mean, pay attention to it, but no, nerve's not a thing. I mean, it's probably a thing, but they didn't open options on it, so it's not a thing I care about. Ding ding. There it is. Good morning, volatility. You know what, Dorg? Of all the work that we've done, predicting the first morning candle in advance is the most important. Good morning. I have a quick question. Is the time from which the decision has been rendered on Rev's delisting counted in calendar days or trading days? Trading days cuts into the theta on the Gen 2023. I don't know, man. Why don't you call the NYSE and ask them? Probably calendar days, since it's not a stock. Well, the decision has nothing to do with the market specifically. If you got out of October catcalls yesterday and wanted to roll to November, so you think there will be a nice opportunity today or hold for later in the week? I mean, you need it's tricky. You need Caterpillar to stabilize against a resistance or move down on a like sell off. That was probably a terrible choice depending on what strikes you had. Kitty pickle. November 18, 200C on cat time. Stop getting so fucking bullish. It's too soon. Ooh, Apple getting slaughtered. I like it. Damn. Huh. on auto. There we go. So pulling back a little bit of its early morning gains. QQQ rocketing. Nice. Ooh, SPX. Haha. 37.50. DN on screen is from yesterday. I should put that in. Data server is down right now, so. I don't think it changed significantly since last night to this morning. I emailed Revlon's investor relations citing Delaware corporate statute about getting my hands on their charter and using my full title. They have 5 days to respond. Did you put Esquire at the end? Is that what you're saying? You should have had Popcorn Trader send it. I heard in legal circles his name carries more weight. Hey Gherk, can you cover M a little bit? I wrote a DD on it. What do you want me to cover? It's in 1671. I will now consider buying calls at $18 for November. CIA criticized for use of abusive etiquette coaches in black site finishing schools. Nice. When Upstart MOASS up 7% today, it's getting a little bit of a push. Looking nice. Again, another stock they really don't want running. No worries, Mike. Upstart have a chance for 25 this week? I mean, if the market keeps ripping, yeah. Credit Suisse MOASS. Huh. Have you put your stops on your October 21s yet? For Caterpillar? Or I have a few October 21s. SPX or Caterpillar? Which ones? SPX has stops. Yeah, SPX has stops. You don't fuck around with the SPX. Popcorn Trader's name does carry a fair amount of weight, but he's got to send the email. I can't do it for him. I'll talk to him. I didn't get my haircut. Does the CAD daily chart of lower highs since April concern you at all about 160s being a target low range for calls in the long term? No, because I'm going to sell them at the top. All of my cat calls are up right now. A lot. Like 160 was the perfect range to buy them in. I'm confused what you mean. Are you talking about because of the downtrend? It's been a downtrend since fucking November. Good news, Girk. I woke up with a 102 fever. Nice. So I called out of work, and you have the pleasure of dealing with me all day. Amazing. That's what I like to hear. Is Upstart Movement ETF FTDs? Not yet, no. Just the market rising. It's pretty exposed to active fund trading, so it'll move with the market. Credit S and other banks that seem to only decline from 2008 may have had just had shorts close out. Is this possible? Maybe. Like just now? Me and my 9-month pregnant wife have COVID, so I'm kind of out of it today. I won't be trading much. I have October 730 CC. I plan on selling on the 6th. Safe or cut? Wait, did you sell them or you plan on selling them? Oh, you plan on buying them back on the 6th. Shit, you're not gonna be able to watch them? I'd be careful with that. What's Gamma Max for Upstart? Again, I only have yesterday's data for Greeks. So keep that in mind. But Gamma Max is 3667 on Upstart. Any reason Rev doesn't track the market? It does a little bit, but not a lot. And it's because it's not really in any large actively traded funds. It's all the ETFs supposedly sold it. But it's still in some mutual funds, some of which are actively traded. So there's a little bit of effect, and it doesn't take a lot of volume to move the price on Revlons. And so you'll see it's kind of a delayed effect and not as significant as it is on other stocks. Is Credit Suisse FUD? A little bit, right? I think there's a lot of misrepresentation of the information there. And then also like a lot of panic stirring where there doesn't need to be any. Please don't shave your bear, as Ha suggested. Bears need their fur, especially heading into winter. I agree. My bear will not be shaved. SPX doesn't seem to be scared of 3750. Uh, yeah, I would say so, given that it's trading at 3757. Kind of surprised XRT is still on reg show after the price action of the last couple days. Why? Did you see like a big amount of covering? They want XRT on reg show. It's beneficial. It's not a bad thing. when an ETF, like if an ETF is put on Reg Show, it's because someone wants it there, not because it needs to be there. How are they keeping the meme stocks at bay? Well, we'll see how successful they are at that. But in the meantime, internalization and in the money puts. So you try to keep the hedges from flipping by buying in the money puts and skewing the market maker net negative gamma. And you internalize buy volume as much as you can and try to offload it when the market stabilizes, reducing the effectiveness of larger rallies on the indices. So, you know, you got all this call volume coming in and you break it up and then you move it out. And hopefully by diffusing that price action, you don't create a spike in implied volatility. They're currently not very successful. And GME is most definitely moving up. There's a pretty fat chunk of gamma on GME at oh, what was it? I think the big call strikes are 27, 27.50, and 28. So if we hit those, we'll get a little surge. And then $30 has a lot of call volume. So best thing for GME right now is indices keep applying pressure to their asymmetric risk. Treasury yields trying to recover. You trail a stop on your calls for something like cat. Usually. Not trail, but I just set stops and move them up. But I'm actively managing it. If I had a job or something, I would set trailing stops. Like, a real job. There must be so many puts coming into Upstart to stop it from heading to that $22 level. Probably, yeah. I mean, it's quite an issue for them, right? With it still being on Reg Show. Credit Suisse has significant exposure to blood money, banking with warlords, drug dealers, and the like, due to their reputation of discretion. Their losses can be cover for dubious money laundering. Yeah. Gotta get that black market exposure, right? How am I supposed to scalp if everything already opens its daily high after pre-market? I mean, if you're scalping, what do you care what the daily high is? You just buy into momentum and then sell before it dies. Since we were all bullish, are you now bearish? Not yet. Getting there. Treasury yield, 10-year treasury yield trying to go parabolic. Nice. S&P 500 gainers 99.4, losers 3, total 499. If you lost money on stocks so far today, you impress me. Imagine being the dude who owns all 3 of the losers. Is GME breaking DN significant? It's yesterday's delta neutral, but it got rejected pretty hard right there. So yes, someone doesn't want it to break DN. Ah, it's good to feel. You know what the best part about this is? It's good to feel the love on GME again. Like, they almost didn't manipulate our favorite stock for like a month. What the fuck was that? 2 months? But the manipulation's back and I love it. The dead leg from my SPX straddle is so alive right now. It's all paper trading, but super cool to learn. Nice. Congratulations, by the way, on executing the same play as me. It's fucking dope, isn't it? Free calls are the best calls. So DRS sim like iron contour. What super rich bank doesn't have ties to bad stuff? Yeah, I mean, they all do in some way or another. Could you maybe talk about the whole Upstart situation? Being on Reg Show and stuff, how do you think it will play out over the next 1 to 2 weeks? I don't really care about the next 1 to 2 weeks, but they're in a bit of trouble. It's moving up on Reg Show, which is not something they want to deal with. The only way to short it is a pre-borrow agreement or to use synthetic liquidity. If they use synthetic liquidity to short it, they're going to create obligations. If they create large amounts of obligations and it remains on Reg Show, they're going to run into a bit of a problem. The failed to volume ratio going onto the Reg Show thresholding period for Upstart was already quite high. They tried to get it off and they failed to get it off. The short position is overcrowded. And someone's going to bail. And when someone does, it can cause quite a run. It's a healthy relationship, right? Leave for 3 months, come back like nothing happened, and continue to manipulate. Yeah, I love it. Keeps me addicted. How are you liking this Caterpillar run? It's great. If Upstart does run because someone bails, how high do you see it going? I mean, Gamma Max is at $36 right now, or it was yesterday. Who the fuck knows? I mean, it can just keep running, right? It's on Reg Show. They can't really effectively short it. So when something's on Reg Show like that, the only two ways to short it are ETFs or buying long puts in the money, right? And forcing the market maker to synthetically short on your behalf. You don't want to buy long puts into a stock that's rising rapidly. It's fucking stupid, right? So, and then ETF liquidity, if volume's high enough, can dry up very, very fast. So it's a tricky situation for anybody trying to deal with this right now. And I think the breadth of the short positions in Upstart is a lot wider than like what we see on GME and stuff. So a lot more participants. GME's short positions are much more it's much more likely they're controlled by a single entity because they know you know, when to like start like using reversal trades to offset FTDs because they know how many failures they have, right? But on Upstart, you don't really see that because there's so many short participants that, you know, nobody knows who's got what FTDs. So it's a lot harder position to manage from the opposite side of the trade. Somebody sold $94,000 worth of December 80 puts and bought $94,000 worth of November 80 puts. Are they running out of money? On what stock? Upstart? No, probably not. But yeah, they are trying to. I mean, that's both at 80? That's a bit weird. That's a spread. I wouldn't say that's a short position if they came in on the at the same time or they were the same trade. That's like a calendar bull put spread. I mean, Cat's printed red candles. I just have it on oh no it hasn't. Never mind. I'm a liar. Wait. Yeah, it has. Okay. It's just I have Hankanashi turned on. Hankanashi. Sorry. I keep mispronouncing that. Is the cock magic the one buying in the puts on Upstart? I don't know. Moonwind's still lurking? Maybe. He's got to figure out what price to sell his covered calls at every week, so. Have you talked about your plans for GME covered calls? I'm going to wait for all the obligations to blow out and Ivy to normalize and then sell them. Check DM. What do you got, Dork? That's not going to happen. Lawyer. How long do you think the market will bounce before dropping again? We'll use this time to build your put position. Of course. I think the thing that we're ignoring today that I at least want to be the one to talk about is VIX. VIX is at 28. VIX $30 puts printing so fat. You bought back the CCs from last week, yesterday? Yeah. Like a fucking fortune teller. Moon, what's up, Ka? Moonwind is a total paper hand. Why are we talking about him? I don't know. Good point. When do you start to build your SPX put position and VIX calls? I don't know. Further up? This has just begun. You have price targets for Caterpillar. Yes. Yes, I do. You should probably get some of those too, if you own it. Do you think Fubo 10.7 4.5 cover calls are safe? No. Is now a bad time to enter GME calls? Uh, you have to be really careful with your positioning, but no. You've picked 3 extremely risky things, and then a thing which is not very good right now. First name. Try again. Give me different options. Ew. Shares of Caterpillar? What are you, a boomer? Are my Fubo October 7 $5 CSP safe? By the way, I've been rolling them for weeks. Fubo's gonna, you think Fubo's gonna hit $5 by this Friday? Or are you just trying to buy the stock? Why don't you like cat shares? I don't know, 'cause options are $5 each. Shares are $165 each. Also, going long cat kind of sucks because it its valuation is super skewed and the market has a hard time pricing it. So it's like it's probably going to run, but it's also probably going to tank after it does. You just try to get that fat 3% yield on the dividend. I sit on too much money because scared, so I found a way to make money. Buy low, sell high. Holy fuck. I can't believe I didn't think of that. That's the secret of the markets. What about sell high, buy low? Jesus fucking Christ. I am killing it right now. Jolts down? Oh, fuck. There's nothing more bullish than a recession. Damn, it's down a lot, too. But are they just shorting the shit out of Fubo right now? I mean, it's shorted, but I don't think they're shorting the shit out of it. It's up 5% today. Is this one of the strongest market rallies you've seen? No. I've seen like 440 BPS, 500 BPS in a day. It's on its way to being one of the strongest ones. So you're telling me there's 99 billion worth of capitulation so far? I'm glad you were bullish on Target yesterday. Me too. Hey guys, Rev's back above $5. So fun how GME is being kept at delta neutral while the market rises. I hope the knot breaks soon. I mean, if the market continues to rise, it continues to put pressure on them. For people in the know, that just means that, you know, they're keeping options cheap for you. Is entering cat now chasing too hard? It's a little chasey. The 180 resistance can be pretty fucking strong. Thanks for everything, Pickle Shill. No problem, man. Assuming market condition continues, is it fair to expect more capitulation through the rest of the week and continue to rise? Are there expected changes leading into ETF FTDs? No. It's fair to expect more capitulation, but how much is left, right? Like we're starting to move into range where most of the profits were already taken. Especially once we clear like 3,800. There's not a lot of puts left to capitulate, right? There's still deleveraging going on, but there's no more fuel being added to the fire, if you will. Yeah, V's killing it. AMD about to squirt? Yes. Well, if you understand the asymmetry of the risk and the position on GME, then you would also understand that near the money, not super far dated, but decent theta calls are probably very bullish. At least an attractive gamble. Up 65% on Apple calls from yesterday. Got stopped out twice before close yesterday, but shoved back in. Nice. SPX 10.7, 28p up 2. Oh, okay. Up to 225%. Cost $1 each. SPX S 1021, 30C down 72%. Cost $2 each. You're expecting a downturn by October 21st. Wondering if I should let go of the 30Cs. I have no idea. That'll depend a lot on like the macro data that comes in, SLD. There's so many factors. Like we just got bullish economic data with the JOLTS report. We have balance of trade tomorrow and non-manufacturing PMI, goods and services PMI. There's a lot of data coming in. And then next week, even more data coming in. So, you know, it's not so simple as, oh, it bounced, we can just buy puts now, right? We have to like don't repeat the mistakes of the last bear rally. ETF obligations from this week would be due next week. No. Your ability to foresee market trends is wild. I'm good at it. Usually. It can surprise even me though. So market's up until some sort of catalyst or the next rate hike. Probably. There's a lot of kind of bullshit floating around about the Fed diminishing rate hikes because of international pressure. That's the point. Just so people understand that our country is fucking all of your currencies for their own benefit. Welcome to the party. It's okay. We'll spend our tourism dollars in your 5-star $30 a night hotels. Classic America. Go USA. All of Europe, now like Eastern Europe. Sorry, guys. What are the Greeks for AMD? Super bullish. I don't I don't want to I don't want to look at them because they're more bullish than they should be. But Gamma Max is like in the $84 range. It's trading below Delta and Gamma Neutral, both of which are like the mid 70s. Fuck your currency and your pipeline. I understand. Practicing my Italian now. Can you stop trailing limit stop loss and IBKR? Yeah, IBKR has trailing stop limits, I believe. I don't really use them. Why not just use a stop limit? A trailing stop limit's kind of like a oxymoron. Like you're walking away from the position, but you're leaving a stop that can be gapped over. Seems risky. Uh, why not? Like if I'm gonna use a trailing stop, I'm gonna use a market order. Bro, what was that nonsense pin last night about Rev? You know the poorest can't handle those levels of bullish trolling. It's just good times. That was great DD. Don't fucking discount my DD. Why huge sell wall on Fubo? Who gives a shit? It's a long-term investment. Buy and hold. Couple years. Why do you care about what sell wall they're erecting today? You really need to be more zen about your Fubo position, bro. Just meditate, relax on it. So do you manually move up your stop limits? Yeah. And resize them based on if volatility's, increased. MD entry now is chasing, right? Depends on how you enter it. Like if you're getting like 70s or 75s, no. If you're getting 80s, maybe. Like you're betting on something that's statistically unlikely. How often are you updating your stops if you do manually? I've updated my cat call 3 times in the last 30 minutes already. That's like because you're super skittish, Yaga. I mean, I set my cat stop at market open and I haven't moved it at all. Why would I? It's only gone up. It's not like cat's gonna flash crash out of the blue. I say that now and then it will. Wait, hold on. Okay, it's not flash crashing out of the blue. Hey, it's almost like when I was telling people that buying calls here at the money was really good. It was really good. Actually, more bullish trolling. They can hold our bags. SPX approaching 3,800. Full port VIX. Really? VIX is still at like... VIX hasn't cooled very much. I don't know about you, but I'm not going fucking long on the VIX at $28. I know it's a big if, but if CAP breaks 180, how much more could it realistically run? 190? Seems like it would have to pull back at some point. Oh, you've never played Caterpillar before, have you? No, it doesn't. I know you were drowsy from allergy meds in the stream yesterday, but remember at one point I looked over and you were leaned back with your eyes super squinted. I died laughing. Thanks. No problem, man. Happy to help. Were you saying to pick up VIX calls or puts? You mean last Friday? Puts. I bought them at 30. October 21, GME 30s. I've been holding since NOPEX are starting to come back alive. October 21 30s. I've been holding since NOPEX are starting to come back alive. Nice. They might go in the money. Yep. Still bullish on Revlon. Revlon's already up to 511. It's actually rocketing to the moon. It's up fucking 5% today. Killing it. I am not going long on the VIX at 28. I'm concerned about an OPEX run if the basket peaks too early here. I'm not really concerned we're going to have an OPEX run at this point. At least not in October. November seems way more likely. Cat had a red candle. Is it dead? No. The gamma flip point on Apple's 150.11. Why do I know that? You gonna add me back to the dills? You should just be in automatically. Are you not? Just reconnect your YouTube to your Discord account. Bears are dead? No. Well, some of them are. People who were going full bear last Friday are very, very dead. But bear other bears are simply hibernating. No, I don't think it's early ETF FTD covering. Why the pump on GME? Have you seen the fucking indices, man? We're like fucking 500 BPS move over 2 days in every major index. That's why. GME, whether you like it or not, is part of the market. Quick question, how much do we need to send you in Ko-Fi for Victor to get a Tesla dead tattoo? You have to ask Victor. No, Burry's probably still right, actually. It's just that people can't separate near-term price action from macro trends. I think that burns more people out of their positioning than anything else. They're either too focused on like intraday price movement, or they're too focused on the macro trend, right? So and then they don't bet properly for either one. So it's not like they're like long short the SPY, right? They're buying like puts for 30 days out, and they're like, yeah, the market's terrible. And then, a bear rally happens and they get fucked. Or, they're like, oh, the market's rallying too hard. I need to buy puts for tomorrow. And then the market keeps rallying and they're like, oh, sad. I lost my money. But if, they'd bought puts for 90 days out or 120 days out, they would have made a killing, right? They're mistiming their expectations. Is there any way Jimmy can go back to 37 so I can get out? It's really unlikely that we hit 37 right now. If we did, it would be really brief. That's way above Gamma Max. What are signals you look for to determine if this market relief rally will be large or small? It's already quite large. We'll have to see how much momentum continues to pick up, right? But right now it's pretty good. Rev doing something? Yeah, it is. I mean, you can look at options positioning. You obviously need to watch momentum, volume. What would be the timeline for ETF buy-in on Rev after the hearing? Will the results of the hearing be released during trading hours on the 13th? I mean, they could be. They have up to 45 days, right? But they could do it immediately. They could have a decision immediately. And if it remains listed immediately, it's really likely that you know, that's going to trigger ETF buy-ins. Some of the ETFs I think have retained their shares. Like they haven't sold them, but they've pulled them out from like the net asset basket. Thanks to the free money, Shill. I didn't give you any free money, Potato Tom. You earned it. If you have $37 shares, just buy more now or wait until the next sub $25 price, then sell, or most when we get back to 50-ish, or close boom. None of that makes any sense. If you have $37 shares, you can either average them down and go longer on the stock. You could sell cover calls against them, or you could wait till the stock hits 37. Either way, you're holding a bag, so something's got to give. You can take a loss, but no one wants to do that. Are you selling CCs on GME on this rally? Probably. So glad I was paying attention when it was pointed out the cat was at a 52-week low. I haven't seen a gain this high since Bobby. Nice, man. Is there a chance Rev could be delisted and go to $0? Yes. This isn't a dead cat bounce. That's just misappropriation of terminology. Dead cat bounces occur after large upside moves that happen very, very rapidly. This is a bear rally. Do you still think Jimmy will reach 1K or higher? No. But it can go up. Can you summarize your Fubo thesis? How short do you want it? Decent stock. They're doing a lot to turn the company around. The price is super fucking cheap. Lots of money invested into growth. Not the best time to invest in growth, admittedly, but a nice opportunity to buy a stock that will probably be worth more money in the years to come. It's also got a pretty fat short position and racks up a decent amount of FTDs. I know it's not a dead cat bounce. Can you explain why they happen? Continued bullish sentiment. Shorts get exhausted after a large upside move. On the downside, they capitulate. Bulls rush back in because the previous run was so dramatic. And that creates another one. That can happen a few times after any large price movement. Sorry, hold on. I missed the Ko-Fi there. Petition for all pigeon whales. If Rev hits 290, we all have to get matching tattoos of a Stefan riding a pigeon whale. At 290, I might do that. Do you still think you can earn 1K per share, 1K or higher per share over time by learning how to sell covered calls? Yeah, you could. TQQQ dead? No, just a little pullback. I hit resistance. Recovering. Can pull back all the way to like VWAP, maybe even lower. I have theta on my calls. I'm not concerned about 5 minutes of downside. Ooh, borrow rate up to 22.8% on GME. What's from which lender? Renew. Ooh. They're tapping the pools. They are coming back. How do you feel about PMCC on CAT? Not a lot of volatility there. And you're not going to collect dividends like you would owning shares. Hint for the Rev Dreamers about option strat. If you click on the set target price icon on the right side of the price slider, you can go way higher than the slider allows. Extra confirmation bias. Do you think you could earn 1.1K per share over time by selling covered calls? I mean, I've earned... Let's see. And yeah, if you get good timing on them, you can. What are your thoughts on traders who only trade 1 or 2 stocks? Nothing wrong with that. It limits your options, and when you hit dead periods, your ability to identify other plays is weakened, right? And you'll carry over a lot of biases because you practice so much on like 1 or 2 stocks. If you're gonna do that, choose them very, very wisely. Like you probably are better off trading like something like an index where you're not really going to have big, dead zones or periods of inaction. Or futures, generally when someone only trades, successful traders that only trade one or two things or one strategy, um I would say like 90% of the time it's an index, commodity, or like futures contracts. I've heard you mention high Vega on IV plays. I'm not sure how to tell what's high. Could you explain like I'm five? Thanks. It's not, so when you have far dated calls, it's not that the Vega's high, it's that the curve, the more theta you have, the more rapidly Vega spikes on a move to the upside. And so IV on far dated contracts doesn't move up very fast, right? Because they're so far out. But Vega does, and Vega is the multiplier for implied volatility. So, if you have a far dated call and it's like 0.10 Vega, which allows you to get pretty far out of the money, and the underlying price rises and Vegas starts to move up, it can move up very, very rapidly. And so, you might go from like 0.10 to like 0.5 to 1.0 over like a $4 price move. And that means you have a 4x multiplier on implied volatility, which is much better than implied volatility going up. And that's one of the benefits of those like very delta insensitive but Vega sensitive calls, or like IV sensitive calls, right? Because they're not really affected by near-term price action. They're simply affected by changes in volatility. Yeah, I heard about Highcroft. If Rev can get delisted and go to zero, why would you still be bullish? Because it might not. Sometimes it's worth taking the chance. Scared money don't make money. And if it's not delisted, it can absolutely fucking rip. On a like right now, Rev 35 contracts are 50 cents. On a move to $10 and increase in IV of 2x, they move up to like $11 a contract. So that's why. I mean, the only problem with Cat is you can only really play it once a quarter, right? So, you know, sometimes once every 2 quarters. That's a lot of downtime in the market. Don't get me wrong, like that's great, if you're very stable and you have lots of money and you only really need one play a quarter. But generally you want to be constantly exposed, constantly making profits. That's not for everyone, I understand that, but I prefer to be. If you're a trader who's right on a play 80% of the time, but refuses to take profits or chickens out before your thesis plays out 100%, what would you suggest to fix these habits? I don't know, man. You gotta build up your own confidence, and you've gotta get rid of your fear of losing money a little bit. Like money can be lost in the market really, really fast, but it can also be recovered very quickly as well. You've got to be more flexible with that mentality. Unfortunately, I know it's hard, especially if you come from moderate means, um, it's really hard to get over. I went through it myself. But yeah, you kind of just have to disassociate yourself and trust your analysis, which is hard, especially when you continue to fail while attempting to trust your analysis. This is why I tell people to paper trade. One of the big reasons, because it builds a lot of confidence. And so when you do start using real capital, you trust yourself a lot more. It's important because you need to trust yourself and not other people's opinions. You need to kind of block out all the other, voices, because they'll always be telling you you're wrong. Bear rally over? No. Nice try. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Is it concerning that the Feb 2023 chart on Rev literally has zero interest? No. Dalio's never out. Everything's a dildo if you're brave enough. Revlon. Thanks, Obi Jabroni. Your friends from Spy SPX are wondering your thoughts about midday price action. I mean, it's about 10:30, and the Spy's consolidating against an upside resistance. Looks good. We just bounced off the EMA 30. I don't know what there is to be afraid of. If you're in zero DTs, you might have gotten stopped out. If you have a little bit of theta, there's nothing to be concerned with here. Did you initially lose money? Well, yes, but it's also a bit unfair. So my job was like analysis, right? And so I didn't know how to trade, but I knew how to pick winners. So all I had to learn was like I only had to learn half of it, right? By the time I started trading my own capital, I only had to learn half of what you need. But yeah, I did. I mean, initially I made all the same mistakes you guys do, except I did them paper trading because I knew how much money I would lose if I didn't. Now that we all have deep in the money long dated cat calls, should we be planning exits or selling theta on those calls? I mean, you can do either one. Blocked you. What's that, Ben? Other than stress, has this negatively impacted Ken Griffin at all? No. He makes money off this. Ray Dalio stepped down. Bridgewater going under? Didn't think he'd ever quit. What's up, TV? Is it more important the ratio of Vega to Delta or Vega to option price? Vega to option price. Like price per unit of Vega to the 10th, usually. But beyond that, it gets kind of eh. How does cat get down into that 160, 170 range? I can't wait to do this again. Because cat is a very, very large company with exposure to lots of different macro influences, right? Some of which are extremely bullish, some of which are extremely bearish. And so it's very hard for participants to accurately price it. So it tends to move between, very, very high price points and very low ones. Like on one side of Caterpillar, they have extremely steady revenue. They're, one of the US's larger exporters. So, the strong dollar is really good for them. They're a store of value. They have a good dividend yield. So they're very attractive to one type of investor, right? And then on the other side, they're extremely exposed to supply shock and PMI and, interest rate hikes because they're carrying debt. And so, there's a type of short seller very attracted to that. And Cat's price is caught in the middle of those two, right? And so you have large moves up, large moves down. Considering what you said about your learning to trade process, it's almost like Pickles Picks are the analysis part done so that people can then use said analysis info to practice the trading part. Yeah. But also, learn to do their own analysis. Hey, Girk, thanks for all the knowledge. I just wish you spoke English. Thanks, Trina. Good to see you. How you been? Do you see Apple moving to 150 by the end of the week? It could. Yeah, I mean, a lot of upward pressure from the indices, and the bearish news on Apple is starting to fade into obsolescence. Like people aren't going to care about the most recent bearish news about restricted buying from distributors. Basically, if the market keeps rallying, Apple can run. There's plenty of call interest on it. There always is. Do you think Oswath Damodoran is a good source to learn valuation? No. I mean, sure, but no. Just read securities analysis. Just read Graham. Go over like Buffett's comments at shareholder meetings. Go look up Burry's old plays. I think they're all better sources. Trust me, bro, on Reddit, same like fundamental analysis. Is this a good entry for Cat? No. It's chasey. And very near an upside resistance. I mean, if you understand the risk, there's potential, but it's definitely a bit of a chase. Are they opening a lot of puts on Upstart? That's the only way to short it. Why are my DocuLeaps up 300% overnight? I think you know the answer to that. Do you think Patton Oswalt is a killer? I mean, not a repeated offender. Thanks, XYZ. I challenge you to a week of trading, but not who makes the most. Who loses the most? I will wreck you. That's a weird challenge. Bearish news, same like Apple products? Yes. Thanks, Mike. I see Cat goes on this wild streaks like in 2020. We know why. But like same in 2017, 2010, 2011, huge swing upwards. So Cat's also super illiquid, right? Because it's a big safe blue chip. All the boomers and all the mutual funds and all the indices buy the shit out of it. So its price is kind of volatile. It's just that price improvement doesn't happen on a lot of volume, so it doesn't build up a lot of volatility. So its historic IV generally stays pretty low, and implied in volatility also doesn't really rise that much. but it does that illiquidity facilitates these massive swings in price, which if you're trading options is very attractive. What's the flip point of M? I have no idea, actually. I mean, like, M's cool, but I just don't care about it that much. Looks like Gex flips 1577, so it's over, but there's a huge amount of like put gamma at 16 and 1650. Well, 1650 and 17 really, which will keep gamma from flipping. So it really needs some actual bullish pressure to push up through that like put wall. Thoughts on UVXY? Why hasn't it squeezed? Being held down? Yeah, just massively over short. Who has your favorite username? Mine is Blueberry Batman. I didn't know I needed that in my life, and now it's my only Batman. Well, listen, Bert, Turb. I don't want to pick favorites. It's just not healthy. This is a very similar to the last couple of bear rallies. Indices rally hard, stocks have moderate gains, but never reach the same levels as their last peak. Then we hit another leg down. Yeah, that's usually how bear rallies work. Haha, spy sold off. I was right, aliens. What are you talking about? Are you smoking crack? Dan Weekly's Arama. You didn't have to turn to crack right when your puts went out of the money. All that bearishness, do you think you would have made profits on the drop? Buckled up Stephanie was the best. Brett Harrell, don't make me dox you, okay? Blueberry Batman was here yesterday, I think. I think DGI can break the local 3250 resistance. It would be cool if it does. Yeah, I do think it can break it. Can you explain the mechanics behind why my Rev C35s are down on the day while price is up 7%? I don't know. Maybe you just suck. Have you thought about that? It's because there's not a lot of volume, so there hasn't been like a bump in implied volatility. Why do you own options if you don't understand even how they're priced? Another rev moves IV on 35C drops to maintain price. Is the MM able to do this only because of low volume? Is this a concern? Thanks as always. I mean, no. I'm not concerned with it. You could be concerned with it if you want to be. Revlon, when Revlon does get volume, IV moves up very, very, very fast. Have you guys ever looked at the IV chart for Revlon? Of course there's a chart. There's always a chart. Silly. So the highest peak there that you're looking at is 477.92. Revlon's IV is currently climbing slowly, but it's at 206. On August 2nd, it peaked at 324. So, yeah. Where do you see these charts? Right here. I just showed it to you. I understand 8 Raw. That's fair. I'll try to draw pimentos on all my charts from now on, just to help you out. There's fucking IV charts literally at every data source that you can find. Like Chart Exchange has IV, don't they? Or Bar Charts does. Market Chameleon, like every fucking data. But what are you gonna use it for? Here's the problem: is you guys think you need more data, but you don't know how to use the data. So what's the point of paying for it? Like I don't mean that in an offensive way. It's just accurate. Ah, shucks. So I can tell you guys all the sources of the data, and then you're gonna go out and spend $50 to $300 a month getting it, and then not use it. So you're just gonna waste a bunch of money. Quickly realize that you're not making extra money by having the extra data, and then you're out $50 to $300. What do you think about Stock Ninja? It's dog shit. Most of them are. It's literally fucking never Boom Hunter Pro. Based on the cycles, when will be the best time to sell GME CCs? E.g. today, sometime this week or next week. Based on historical data, next, like early next week, Monday or Tuesday. Based on the pressure currently being applied to GME, could be sooner. There's Blueberry Batman. Just call him Brett Harrell. All right, let's. I pay $29.99 a month for my data in the form of a pickle membership. I mean, I already pay for all of it, right? Otherwise, you know, the stream would just be plastered with data sources and I would collect money from them every time one of you guys was dumb enough to sign up for it. But that's not cool. The highest IV hit was 477 BMG. At closing IV was 477. Intraday, I think they've gone higher. I have seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Credit Suisse is fine. Ray Dalio is stepping down. Market ripping. Johnny Dankseed is back. Trash is returning. The ocean. Our Earth is healing. I know, right, Turd? Everything's perfect. What a great day to be a human. My Pi-Fi membership is not only more valuable than my Costco Elite membership, but it's also my favorite membership. Thanks, Lawrence of Arabia. Toxic is not cool. My LinkedIn can't handle it. Will I get rugged if I go make another cup of coffee? Fuck, man. So much pressure on me. No. Go now. Quick. So now that we're holding above Dion, what's next for GME? An attempted push back below Dion. Market's stabilizing, so they're going to use this to offload internalization, right? Thanks, carbon based. Yeah, I put that as the height in the event of a possible squeeze like scenario on Rev with much more realistic price expectations. Yeah, we about to be stacking cash. I don't know about that. We might just lose all our cash, but either way, it's going to be a good time. Thoughts on PMI tomorrow? I think the expectations are fairly bullish. We'll see if it lives up to them. The forecasts are all calling for like an improvement month over month. I mean, it entered at 1216 750 yesterday on KOS. Trialing my own ability to make plays. Can you tell me if I did good, Dad? Are you up? Then you did good. I'll look at it. What is it? KOS? Cosmos Energy. Watch resistance. I mean, I don't know how long you're gonna be in this, but you're at 750. You're targeting an awfully high range. But you have some time. It's not terrible. Not a lot of room beyond 750 though. So keep that in mind. If you were in nothing today and was looking at the SPY, would you enter calls here? I'd probably enter a straddle here. Just because the midday is kind of shitty and you don't know which way it's going to break. And we're very close to 3,800, which could lead to profit taking on the long side. What's Oxy doing? Oxy, I mean, Buffett's slowing down his buys. Yeah, Oxy looks good. Having a nice, continued nice move up. Did anybody else buy this under 60 last week? It was a great deal. Looks strong. Next resistance at 67.76. So watch that if you don't have like a lot of theta. When can we expect volume after midday drought? It depends. It can break it early. It can break later. So just hang out and wait for it to liquidity to come back in a little bit. Do you think the market will be down or up tomorrow? I'm not a fucking fortune teller. It's run pretty hard. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some pullback soon. The 3,800 level seems like a good time for it. But we may not get one. I mean, the momentum being picked up on this rise is pretty significant. If PMI comes in good, would that pump things like AMD and CAT? It's not manufacturing PMI. That was yesterday, I think. The PMI tomorrow, the reports are global services, global composite, and non-manufacturing. Balance of trade could affect Caterpillar and AMD. Maybe. Small effect. It probably won't be huge. ISM it probably isn't gonna affect them too much. Next week's PPI on Wednesday will definitely have an effect on them. Hey, look, Jamie back at Delta Neutral. I half ported under 60 last week. Nice, dude. What are your thoughts on business ethics? I don't know. Like businesses I invest in, I don't care. I don't think there's any righteous capital. I'll buy stocks and cigarettes, Shell. It just doesn't matter to me because I'm in and out of it, right? It's not like I'm owning it or I care about the company. What about Nestle? Okay. I just don't like there's no morally just investing. All money flows. Like you can buy into the most ethical fucking green energy company in the world, right? And like, they only create windmills out of fucking sustainably harvested bamboo, and all of their profits go to creating coral reefs, and JPM can come in and swap them out with a private prison system. So your money is just going into one thing that's being used to pump another, right? So it doesn't matter. It's a waste of time thinking about it. How greedy is it for me to let my November calls on V, AMD, Cat ride despite being way up? I mean, it's not that it's super greedy, but you should consider covering like your cost basis if you feel like you're at a point in the position where you're just gambling. Cat 190 end of week. It's possible. Thoughts on Upstart November 18, $30 calls. I have 110 of them. He's making the delta between pump price and cost per barrel of oil. Refiners? Like gas stations aren't super high margin, so the refineries. Gen 10 Cs have a 46 delta because IV is very high and they have lots of theta. What's the point at which you say, yeah, I'm not going to trade anymore? Like, no more day trades or swing trades. You're either degenerately gambling, value investing, or angel investing. Never? I think I'll always trade. I'll just have way more leverage. But I mean, I've already pulled back a lot. Like I've stopped day trading almost entirely. If I do it, I mostly am just doing it for fun on the stream or because I'm bored. And that's a bad habit in and of itself, right? Because then you're just trading because you want to trade. A simple wrong would have been nice. Sorry. What do you day trade when you do? It depends. Whatever strikes my fancy. I've day traded GME on the stream a few times. SPY or SPX usually. Um, Sometimes other stuff. All the way up until I started the stream, I day traded pretty actively. But it's too hard to manage the stream and day trading. So I switched to swing trading, which has been way more profitable and probably something I should have done far sooner. It gives you way more time to realize your thesis. It gives you more time to hedge and position properly. It's more expensive, but it's worth it. Yeah, a lot less stress. Day trading, strictly speaking, day trading, you should have all your positions closed by market close. You shouldn't be carrying anything overnight. Swing trading, you're trying to capture a move over a given period of time. I'm already kind of at the point where like 10k day trades don't do it for me, but mostly because of like that's what one of the reasons I'm so dismissive of like shitty penny stocks is because I can't get the leverage I want in them, right? So I'm just like, what am I gonna do with it? Like I'm gonna buy 1,000 shares and make 20%. Who gives a fuck? Like I'd much rather have 165 cat calls that I bought by accident go deep in the money. Much of my thesis we realized in GME call, and it has made me way happier than my Apple roulette wheel spins so far. So I guess you can say you're welcome. We can say you're welcome for updating your trading strategy and making you more profitable. Yeah, I only night trade. Have you met Blueberry Batman, popcorn trader? It is an ascending triangle. Does playing OPEX cycles count as swing trading? No, it's a monthly degenerate gamble. But if they hit, holy fuck, do you make a lot of money? I would miss 10 OPEXs in a row to have one of them hit. That's how profitable they are. They're fucking amazing. Thanks, Chris McPherson. Who's Blueberry Batman? A fellow trader of the night. Can you accidentally buy the float on Rev? I'd have to sell everything I own and then somehow get like 10x leverage. Well, 7x leverage, but it'd be hard. What's like interesting is that there's a belief that once you start teaching something, you become infinitely better at doing the thing you're teaching. I have. My profits this year are the highest I've ever had. Um with the stream going. Like this is my most profitable year and the market's down like fucking 30%. Although I could do with like a tiny bit less repetition in my life. Speaking of OPEX, any sign of obligations building? I've been on the road in the past week, and I'd appreciate the info. A tiny bit, Patrick. Yeah, it's starting to look like they're building them back up. I don't know if that's bullish for October. For an OPEX, but it could be pretty bullish for November. I have not made anywhere fucking near $1 million off of YouTube memberships. I found that trying to teach someone something you're learning really amplifies your ability to process and understand it. Huh. No, YouTube revenue is actually, I think it's been higher in the past than it is now. There's fewer people, right? Bear market, people are going back to work. I made more money off catcalls in the last 2 days than I'll make off YouTube since I started streaming. Collateral in the form of equity is going down, but it makes sense to assume that the amount of internalization possible in the market has been reduced. Slightly. I would agree that, yeah, slightly it's been reduced, but they can still just pick and choose where they deploy the insane amounts of capital they can leverage, right? Even with equities being down. Shopify have a very solid bounce today. Cool. Their company still sucks. Hmm. Hold on, I'm trying to look at something here. Anonymous, welcome to Long Johnson. Thank you so much, man. Aren't you conscientious of your catcalls of the current Me Too movement? No, not really. You just need to rent a Bugatti and a big house and say things like 5 trades to 5 million. The audience IQ would drop, but hey, subscription money. I'd rather have a small audience of people who want to learn than a large audience of idiots. Too bad you get both. Hope you had a good weekend, my dude. What do the lines and triangles say about Revlon? It hasn't broken down. Do you ever feel you would be slapped when catcalling? I have been in the past. When I first started playing cat, I was buying weeklies and bi-weekly contracts, and I got slapped a few times, but then I learned the ways. It's not them covering early. It's just pressure against them attempting to keep the hedge from flipping, Patrick. So it's not early covering. Can I just say it feels good being a billionaire? Hoping for more in the future, and maybe we'll start to appreciate me being around. Maybe. I doubt it. You've got a lot of annoying me to offset, but it's I don't know if being a billionaire is a start to that. But what about the friendometer, Rims and Tims? How else could we judge your particular market bullishness at any given time during the day? Next time you're calling for cat for pickles picks, I'm full porting. So you're guaranteeing that the next time I think cat looks like a good buy, it won't be. Have you ever missed on it? No, I don't think so. Not for a long time. I have missed on it, but not outside of like management. So I've gotten screwed on time on Caterpillar early on when I first started playing it, but never like missed the upside. I did have to roll out once or twice in the past, but that's because cat can get very choppy and kind of stuck in price levels. Chances of GME hitting GM this week? Moderate, not great. GM really requires a lot of volume, and then we'd get a volatility spike, which is really what they're trying to prevent. So, I mean, while we would like that, remember that there's someone out there actively trying to prevent that from happening. I've had Shopify a few years. I hate them. I call it shitify. When customers are asking about my web platform, ditching them by year end or early Jan Feb. Yeah, they're pretty awful. I've heard from a lot of like customers of theirs that they're a pain in the ass to work with. GME negative beta? No. GME extremely positive beta. Like right now, GME 2x beta. Any key areas? I mean, practice what you're learning. That's really important. You can read options as a strategic investment 100 times. If you're not trying to utilize the things you're learning, you're not really gonna get any value out of it. Sorry, throat's really dry. If buying calls is catcalling, is selling CSPs catfishing? Well, or alternatively, um, buying puts would be catfishing. With the current momentum, do you see us breaking 4,000 on the SPX in the next week? My highest target price for SPX is 41. I'm sorry. No, wait, yeah. 41.35. I don't think it'll hit that. Like that's like my way out there price target. I think 38, high 38 to low 3900s is more likely. But don't rely on that, right? That changes every single day because the markets are very volatile right now, and any sufficiently bad news can turn all of that around, especially now as the prices are rising, puts are getting cheaper again. The market, something a lot of people forget, and I know it's not all of you, but some of you frequently forget this. The market is dynamic. The thing I said about the SPY 30 seconds ago does not necessarily hold true now, right? You can't forget that in the market. So, and it's a chaotic system, so technically any prediction made on it changes all the potential outcomes of it, right? Um so you need to be very flexible. Don't get locked in on fixed targets and fixed risk. You need to be mentally flexible with all of that. Like here's a good example, and I'm not calling you out here, Stefan, but Stefan's been looking at like 813 or 810 or whatever trap he uses as his entry, right? But then cat gaps up overnight, right? And if your upside is still the same, you know, you're left in a bit of a predicament there, right? Like you didn't get your signaled entry. Um, but you know, you still think cat's gonna move up. So you know, if you're a flexible trader is going to like move into a position regardless, and you know continue to follow you know their plan. Um, but you need to be prepared for things like that. They happen all the time, every day, on every position. And I think a lot of people get really like locked in on this fixed idea, and that ends up losing them money in the long run. They're like, okay, I'm gonna play GME. It's gonna go from 28 to 3250, but like they're completely unprepared if it you know first drops to 26 and then only goes to 30. And you need to be prepared for more eventualities than that. IWM's actually outperforming the SPY, not tracking it. This is probably my third time playing cat since I started watching. I think I might love you. Thanks. That's not true. Markets did care about the missile that they shot over Japan. It dropped a little bit, which gave me a great entry on my NASDAQ futures. And then the market rallied a little bit, thinking, you know, maybe this is bullish for defense. Dipped a little bit, and then the news that it missed and it wasn't a threat, and it rocketed again. So the market did react to the missile test as it came through, but also, you know, kind of bullish for the US. Like that's a terrible thing to say. But if North Korea nuked the shit out of Japan, there'd be a lot less treasuries on the market to be sold. Like that's that's a good example of how you need to think of things. It's shitty, right? It's super shitty. Like obviously no one wants to see Japan get nuked, but at the same time, like, treasuries are gonna rip. I mean, Japan holds their treasuries for political support in the event of a war with China or Korea. It's actually really important for them politically that they don't sell those. They will do almost anything first. I don't know if they'll be able to. I mean, they may have to sell some because they are getting into a bit of a sticky wicket. But you mentioned RTK being a canary in the coal mine. It's surging in value beyond like the S&P or Nasdaq, right? Like it's outperforming, which means that you're seeing a macro shift to mid and small cap companies that are more efficient, have less debt. Um, that means people are afraid of moving money into tech, moving money into these big mega caps. And don't get me wrong, they're starting to move it into them today. But look at Nasdaq's performance yesterday compared to IWM. They're way off, right? In a healthy market, everything's moving up fairly equally, right? People are speculating on smaller companies and larger companies. In an unhealthy market, you're seeing, and a lot of what we're going to see in this bear rally is going to be, capital moving into manufacturers and commodities as the initial supply shock wanes. Value in manufacturing and commodities will rise, um, which will then, it'll trace back in like 3 quarters, but we're gonna see money move into these value stocks and these like high growth potential in uncertain environment companies, right? And then once manufacturers get back online and start producing, remember they've ramped up all of their production to meet this massive amount of demand. That demand is going to fall off and they're going to be, overproducing. And then, that will hurt them and then help, the consumer sector. So, this is going to move in waves back and forth, but we're moving into a particular type of wave right now. I don't know. I definitely beat Buffett this year. Over time, hard to say. Totally different approaches to investing too. Same like bullwhip, yeah. Why is Apple dropping? Because the market's stagnant and they had bad news recently. Buffett says he's not a trader, but frequently trades things. I think his approach and methodology are a lot different than mine. Not financial advice, but what would you say to tech folks in the chat with equity comp? Do you think FANG stocks will continue to dip after the rally? Did you end up buying Goog at this price? I did, but my total Google position, I'm probably not going to complete buying until Q3 or Q3 of next year. So I did buy some. Like I think my cost basis is now about $97. I will buy more next year. I have money set aside and I plan to put it into that, but I do think it has not seen its low. I don't think any of them have seen their low yet. I think they will probably continue to perform okay for the rest of this year. And then I think once margins really start to contract into quarter one and quarter two of next year, we're going to see large scale equity sell offs as profit potential in those positions peaks for institutions. And I think that's when we'll start to see like the lows on FANG stocks. So I think there's time if you have equity comp. I mean, I don't know how flexible your ability to trade that is. But I would maybe consider, if allowed, like some sort of hedge against the downside. I'm just gonna sell cover calls on Google. Doing all right, Popcorn Trader. How you doing, man? I don't know when I'm gonna sell Fubo CCs. Not today. I guess the rest of the day is gonna be boring. We'll see. Think Jamie breaks up here? It could. 27s are in the money now. Yeah, it's better positioned to break up. As long as the market doesn't fall off really hard, I think so. If it falls off really hard, Jamie will probably just stagnate while they offload internalization. It's just lunchtime, right? Like it's just this boring. It's a boring part of the day. I don't know what to tell you guys. I know you're all chomping at the bit to be more bullish, but just fucking wait it out. It's like an hour. Chill. We need action, bro. Selling in the money CCs on Google. When you do sell them, I assume you would sell in the money to capture, protect expected downside. Yeah, probably. At one point, probably approaching like quarter four earnings, I will probably sell fairly deep in the money covered calls and risk assignment in order to bring my cost basis down. Hey Gurk, nice plays recently. Thanks, man. What do you like to spend your money on besides expensive New York rent and food? What do you like to spend your gains on that makes you happy? Nothing. I don't like spending money. I just like taking that money and using it to make more money. Like I really don't buy anything outside of like basic cost of living. I started trading like moderately late in life, right? So to catch up, I have to live under my means. My espresso machine was not $15,000, and over 2 years actually saves me money. Just an investment like anything else. Why would I buy children's shoes for my tiny feet? What do you consider late for started trading? Well, you know, most like yield curves over time are based off of like beginning saving at like in your 20s. Um I was very frivolous with my money through my 20s. um but, you know, that was a good time to spend a lot of money. God, you're such a poor. I'm the same way with my money, except I struggle with the making it part. Yeah, it's really hard for me to overcome the like I don't want to spend money on things because I'm afraid that the money won't be there when I need it. That comes with like growing up really, really poor. I want to say thanks. Sold my November cat calls today for 90% gains. I may have sold too soon, but I've struggled taking profits in the past, so this felt good. Good job, man. No, seriously, like that's what you do, right? You make money and you take profits. No one here is here to judge you for making money. Just don't lose it. That's the rule. The rule isn't don't make enough money. The rule is don't lose money. And you almost doubled the money you put into it, right? Do you think the scarcity mentality is the reason Warren Buffett eats so many cheeseburgers? Or do you think he really likes McDonald's cheeseburgers? Man, Buffett's kind of off the radar, you know? Most of those guys aren't very normal. And people would say I'm not very normal, but Burry and Buffett are even weird to me, right? Like they're not normal functioning human beings. They're wildly intelligent, but crazy as shit. 3 industrial freezers equals normal. 2, asshole. Thanks for your help on my Google call yesterday. I now have a stop loss where I can lose money, but I can follow the ride up. Not lose money, you mean? Yeah, it's not really about like making money in later in life or enjoying it. The thing I enjoy is making more money, right? It's like a score. I want the high score. I don't care about the money. I just want to make more of it. I know it seems like a waste of life, but not for me. I'm starting just not getting internalized today. It definitely is. They're definitely doing everything in their power to stop Upstart from running. The VIX will be the final. I think the VIX will be the final straw to break to confirm this bear rally. You just like being right. More money equals more right. I like winning. And in the market, you've always got an opponent, right? It's not so much about being right. It's about, well, it is. Why would I ever set up a charity or donation to people who are suffering? I don't care about them. Bro. You're barking up the wrong tree. No one ever helped me. I have no interest in helping anyone else. I don't like charity. Maybe, but I know you, JC. That's different. What are you suffering from? Like, this is a fucking investment channel about trading. This is like pure capitalism. I could see like investing in things like education and but not charity. Charity's useless. It's just a way to offset taxes. Charities don't do anything except pay the people who work for the charity. Listen, Subway Cup, you're either selling calls or you're buying them. I think you might be buying them. Charities do stuff. They may not be super efficient, but your view is overly cynical. Probably. Killing the clown market? Just hopped on. How smug has this guy been all morning with the big ups in the market? Pretty fucking smug, tankerific. I've got to admit. We're supposed to be cynical, right? I'm probably overly cynical, but I'm okay with it. Updated thoughts on Fubo Rev. Fubo's a long-term buy and hold. I don't care what it's doing. Revlon is a moonshot gambling investment. Uh, Both of them appear to be fine. Still. You got it, JC. I'll never tell anyone. If the market did rally into the next few weeks, that would cause a drop in Dixie, correct? Yeah. To some degree. Do you see volatility players coming back into Fubo? Well, it depends on how attractive it gets. We saw volatility players come back into Fubo in August already. More will come in as the price improves and volatility picks up. I told myself that if Cat hit 175 today, I was selling, and that's what I did. Profits are profits. They are. You're correct. FTDs on Rev aren't very high right now, but neither is volume. You need volume to create FTDs. It's okay. Revlon has catalysts built into it. Nice, Sisyphus. Greg, if you were severely underwater on a crap stock like AMC, would you just sell your whole position on peaks and use that capital to buy back in, or sell CCs that make you little to no money? I probably would have sold it a long time ago. At, I don't know, the first dilution, maybe the second, definitely the third. Sometimes you've just got to say you lost and move on. That's hard. It's hard to tell yourself that you were wrong. I get it. Don't forget, I used to believe in MOASS too. Titty Titty Bang Bang, strong competitor for favorite name. Agreed. It's one of the better ones. What are your thoughts on how long this bear rally might last? It could end tomorrow. It could continue into PMI data. It could continue through PMI data into CPI data. If CPI data comes in low, it could continue even after that into SLD. If SLD isn't super dramatic, and the Fed hasn't really spoken out about anything relevant yet, it could even push past that. Take it one day at a time. What do you mean you used to believe in MOASS? What do you mean by that question? Do you still believe in it? No. No, I don't think in current market conditions with the current amount of leverage against GME that it can short squeeze. I still think it's a really great stock. It's very profitable. There's lots of money to be made on it. But I don't think it's going to short squeeze. Say more about no MOASS. Let's get sub 1,000, right? Every once in a while, you got to check for the super stonkers. Drive them away. Well, some of them. Not all, right? We all came from super stonk at one point. I would say it drives away about 7 out of 10. The other ones get curious and want to know more. they can be saved. Oh god, this is a cult. Kirk is agnostic Jesus. That's true. Jim Cramer told me to watch this stream. His market predictions have been spot on lately. Did you guys ever stop to think that Jim Cramer is used as a pawn and that they made him wrong for such a long period so people wouldn't trust him when he said the right thing? Right? That's how he stays relevant. Then he starts saying the right thing a bunch. Yeah. This is the market. Nothing holds true for any period of time. I came from SS, thought it was only a 15% chance I was in a cult. I was wrong. I now sell CCs, although usually at the bottom, profit on ups and downs. Nice, man. How dare the Pavlov us? Everyone always expects Kramer to be wrong, and then all of a sudden he's been right a bunch lately, right? Don't forget that Kramer ran a highly successful hedge fund and knows probably knows enough about the markets to know when he's wrong or when he's, not giving people the information maybe they deserve. But under what obligation does he have to tell people the truth? That's what I don't understand. Is like where does this idea that he's supposed to be helping people out come from? Because he's on fucking TV. Ah, you got censored, carbon based. Your favorite. I know you love getting censored. My dad passed a month ago, getting low mid six figures, own millionaire family members, two of them wouldn't loan me 8K to save me 1.8K on crap loan. Screw charity. I have to sell 100 shares of GMA to 25% loss to make it till probate ends. Slow season starting on my business. Rough. That sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you pull through it. Don't don't blow all your money on calls. How would a tactical nuke set off by Putin impact markets? How would you hedge hypothetically? Um, I don't know. Probably calls on Lockheed and Raytheon. Um, Natural gas. Short euro. Initial reaction. The second reaction would be to move my computer into the basement of my building. Can't close your trades if you're blown up in a nuclear holocaust. And I'd hate to die with unrealized gains. What's your cost basis on Upstart by now? Roughly around like 22 something. No, what SS was in the beginning was beautiful, and maybe something the internet will never do again. RGME, Wall Street Bets, SS, all of it. You know, it was millions of people coming together to learn something that is largely kept hidden from them. And then at some point during that, they decided that was too hard, and that learning anything that might be against the core thesis of their ideology was bad. And they turned on everyone who ever taught them a single fucking thing. Which is sad, and maybe a comment on society that people should pay better attention to. Remember, ignorance is bliss, and it's easy to slip into it. You're on TV, on YouTube, which is like TV. How do we know you can trust? We can trust you. You can't. I think the only thing you can trust, the only reason you can trust me is because I haven't tried to sell you anything yet. I don't trust streamers who wear shirts. What if it's a caterpillar shirt? What about that? Get fucked. You sell memberships. I wouldn't call what I do with memberships selling them. They're there if people want them. We need to start this Rev MOASS campaign. Rev to 100k. Riku. Yeah. Can't have too many people making money, BMG. Otherwise, there won't be any bag holders. Cat shill confirmed. PBO on cat, too risky, above resistance. Not actually a terrible entry. Riskier though, right? Much riskier than entering in like the 160 range, because there's so much downside there to be realized, right? But decent intraday entry. Obviously a position that would have to be closely watched until it went in the money. Been bag holding this Pigeon Well membership. Me too, man. What's the biggest increase you've seen on an account? Me and my friends are trying to see how fast one of us can turn 500 into 10K. Um, the fastest I've ever seen an account grow was like 1,000 to, oh God, what did he make? It was like 1,000 to 28.6 million in a year and 1 month. How? Uh, the person who did it, very, very, very good timing on the COVID crash, and like perfect bottom opportunities. I think they were short SPX, like way the fuck out of the money. Um, 3 or 4 contracts, going into it. Then bought an obscene amount of Tesla at the bottom. Rode that into the split. And then bought into just bought calls on SPY at like 3 something. No, it wasn't me. I made a lot of money on the COVID crash, but not that perfect. Daddy Cornish on here. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. We're coming out with new merch, View Up Hat and Comic Sans, J Fresh's Litter Box, Cardi View Up Man Thongs, and everyone's favorite Pigeon Whale memberships. Brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Thanks, Fiscal Stupidity. Is that how it's done? I mean, I didn't take nearly that much risk. I took a lot of risk with the COVID crash, and I made a lot of money on it, but not that much risk. There was just like this dude that was in a trading Discord that I was in. Don't worry, he lost like 60% of it on GameStop. Hypothetically, question is a pigeon whale centaur more like a Pegasus or like a merhorse? Uh, like a griffin? More like a griffin? Whoa! Someone sold a bunch of Tesla. What was that about? Elon dumping his bags again? I thought he said he wasn't going to sell anymore. There's some sort of news? Did he give another flight attendant a horse? Yeah, he sold naked calls in April on GME and for like 60 DTE. And we all know what happened after April on GME last year. Yeah. He got burned really fucking bad. Ooh. it seems bullish over the next few days, at least. What do you think about positioning for the downside on the SPY? I'll probably start. I'll probably start DCAing into positions and oh, like the 3,800, like above 3,800. Musk said to proceed with Twitter deal at 54.20. Oh, okay. Doesn't he have like enough money in his checking account to close that out? Which underwater calls? Tesla for Twitter swap? Looks like just a massive Tesla sell off. I'm gonna buy the fuck out of the bottom of this. Fubo, please? What about it? Fubo's at like 411. It's doing great today. Glad I didn't buy Tesla calls this week. I'm gonna wait, obviously. I'm not gonna buy into this. This is crazy. Quick, someone check on Carl. I mean, Carl loses his money on Tesla being short on it. Twitter halted. Cool. Don't. I mean, you can chase it within reason, but I'd be careful. Now I might get a couple Tesla calls for funsies. Just DCA in. Volume starting to die down. Are you expecting upstart ETF FTDs next week, probably? Into next week? This ETF FTDs for the previous period start on October 6th. Although upstarts are a little off because of the reg showing. But we'll see. I'm more concerned that they continue to compound obligations on upstart. A couple more. Oh, I switched it to Tesla because Tesla was crashing. GME's not really doing a lot right now. Should we prepare for another OPEX run for GME this month? I mean, I'm gonna get exposure for it. I don't have a lot of confidence in October, but I'll get some exposure. Probably just use it as a covered call selling opportunity. Upstart say like GMES are selling covered calls. They're pretty valuable. I sold 25s to drop my cost basis a bit. That was nice. IV is pretty high. Yeah, but 8%'s only $2. Do you just trade on moving averages? No. Barely at all. I use them to confirm like exits and entries sometimes, but no. Decent cat entry. VWAP appears to be holding. Yeah, pretty decent. October 13th for the NYSE hearing. I got a couple Tesla calls. I'll probably average them down here in a second. Why do you display moving averages if you don't see them? Prevents me having to draw a lot of support and resistance lines during the day. I do occasionally use them. I think people put way too much weight on how much I use them, like Stefan. How does AMD look end of week? It looks pretty decent. If the market continues to rise, it probably will as well. Don't forget that AMD, like GME, is, kind of like a big volatility short, so they don't want AMD really breaking out either. Which is cool. You get calls for cheaper, but there's more risk in the position that too much is internalized and a breakout isn't realized. Highest possible target for this run, 41.35. Like I think that would be the absolute peak, and would be shocked if we ended up moving up that high. I think more realistically, high 3800s to low 3900s. I miss the days when GME would run hard after hours. Well, if they keep shorting the shit out of it and using synthetic liquidity to prevent the hedge from flipping, you'll get them back. I think people expect him to sell Tesla. What happened to Tesla? Musk's buying Twitter. Kathy Wood bought 135K Tesla shares yesterday, and Elon said, "Hold my bags." Is Tesla below yesterday's price though? Not yet. What's a reasonable CC target premium for Fubo? 450? Much like the rest of the stocks, I'd probably wait a little bit to sell them, but and see where it ends up. Either 450 or 5. They really do. What would happen if Tesla started trading at a PE of 20? I'd buy calls on Rivian. I'm targeting the high 3,800 to low 3,900 range, Bastion. Cat calls, macro theses, how and when to sell CCs, and relative humility with all your sides are why I trust you, Daddy. Thanks, Mr. Sadman. You're short my milestone shot. I guess no cool emoticon again. I don't think you got shorted. You're on 11 months. Oh, the 12-month one? Is that what you're talking about? Thank you, Adopted by the Dans. Fubo, so you're selling in the money CCs into a rising market? That seems, well, I'll just say it. That doesn't seem very intelligent. Do you have any videos or guidance on setting up your pre-market scanners? No. Figure it out. Part of learning to set up scanners that are effective is practice. Copying other people's scanners isn't going to make you money. You need to learn how to set the parameters and what those parameters will yield you in terms of options for the day. Also, I don't really day trade anymore, so very little use of scanners nowadays. Thoughts on LQDT? Earnings grew last year, set to beat this year. Bullish business model could do well with stressed companies going bankrupt in the current environment. Um, I'd have to look into them more, Duke, but compelling. I don't know what happened to Fluffy's milestone chat. Message retracted. I think he's just fucking with me. It's hard to tell sometimes. Please show mercy. I just realized I still had 220 shares of GME and CS. Oh, I don't care. Back to Fidelity you go. Nice. What's the proper way to cut onions? Oh, you have to leave the little butthole on the onion. Like, don't chop that off, right? So you cleave the onion in half, skin on, pull the skin off, don't cut it off. And then you get, your onion, and it depends what you want. Do you want what kind of cut do you want? Thanks, Heath Dill. You talk about how to play high IV positions like Vecchi 35Cs in the event of a positive hearing result. I mean, they don't lose value super quickly, so you'll probably have plenty of time to maintain them. They have really high delta. Yeah, well, not for SPY, for SPX, but yes, that's correct. Dunkston. Time to enter Fubo sub $5 next 2 weeks. Up to you. I mean, you got plenty of time. The last few days were really good. Sub $4. You're a potato. What do you know about onions? He gets stored on the shelf next to them a lot, so he understands them. Difference between Goog and Google. One is their C class stock, the other is class A stock. So one has voting rights, one doesn't. The one with voting rights trades at a slightly higher premium, but is less liquid. No, I'm not selling GME covered calls yet. God damn it, Fluffy. Stop doing that. Fluffy's just taking advantage of the fact that I'm not caught up on chat. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. I would catcall the heck out of you if I saw you in the streets. Thanks, Cobra. 37. Silly rabbit pie is for pores. You think this bounce will hold and carry the basket higher? I do think that we have more upside potential. That doesn't mean GME has more upside potential, but I think the market does. I'll probably hold off on selling GME covered calls for a few more days, at least. I'll reiterate something I've said a lot recently, which is me selling covered calls probably not the same like you selling covered calls. So, my ideal entry and yours are probably drastically different. It was just a message saying I would never retract a message to mess with you. Yes, you would. Is it weird if I name my son Ryan Cohen? Yes. Especially if your last name isn't Cohen. Have you ever blown up a dragon from the inside? No. If you had $9 BBBY leaps that were green, would you buy them back now or wait a little while? $9 BBBY leaps that were green, buy them back? Are you long or short? Short calls? Why the fuck would you sell $9 leaps? Yes. Looks like I didn't learn on Bobby. I sold cover calls on Fubo. Plan to CSP back in lower if I get assigned, I guess. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you're probably fine. I don't think Fubo's gonna like moon anytime soon. Although I say that and I could be wrong. But if you wait till next week, won't you have CCs open during peak FTD period? No, I would have them. I would open them during peak FTD period. Is it weird if I name my son Roaring Kitty? Absolutely fucking not. That's awesome. If RC said DRS is the way, how long would it take you to sell out of your GME position? Are you fucking kidding me? I would never sell if he did that. I would just turn on share lending. In the event of good news from 1013 hearing, I'm not betting on it, but I'd like to know, especially with ETF buy-ins. Is it possible that Rev jumps the weekly chain? I mean, the odds of it are super unlikely. It could. I mean, if it did, it's gonna like actually short squeeze. Yeah, I bought Tesla calls at the bottom. Well, near the bottom. I bought them like right here. What's your favorite method of correcting behavior? Oh, I just ban people. Timing outs for the moderators. I don't have time for that shit. What about the name Chalupa? Last name or middle name? What's the middle name? Is it Chalupa Batman? Because that's been done before. I have a bunch of Japanese knives. I would say that I collected them, but I really didn't. Did I get banned? I don't know. Did you? You tell me, Dan Weekly Zarama. Do you want to take a look at root FTDs? A lot of people are saying it's going to squeeze if this upwards momentum continues. Sorry, I'm not great at interpreting FTD data. Sure. You know what? Why not? I hate that play. I didn't like it back when it first started being a thing. Mm-hmm. How's the FTDs? It didn't have a lot of short interest, so I'd be surprised if it has a lot of FTDs all of a sudden. That would mean the shorts came in after the reverse split, which is possible. Let's see. FTDs look extremely insignificant and inconsequential. Terribly, terribly low and meaningless. It doesn't have FTDs above like it's not even on Reg Show. It's It's just like a nothing burger. Plenty of shares available to borrow. Nope. Crap. Maybe Buffett's shorting it. Other pickle in my jar. It's 26% short, up 6% yesterday. Everything's up 6% yesterday. I mean, it's not churning out a lot of FTDs at all. Yeah, for some reason I feel like the short position on Rev is just really looks like degeneracy. Betting on delisting and bankruptcy rather than any logical reason for it. No, short position on Revlon bet on a bankruptcy before they got the loan. Now they're underwater. Difference. Trapped, not same like degenerate. Remember, not all those calls on the chain are from the pickle jar. Watch your Tesla calls. I have stops on them. They'll either close it even or they'll close up. They're not up a lot right now, so I don't really care. Thank you, though, shaven balls. I appreciate it. If you have low confidence in October GME OPEX, would you like to sell CCs beyond 7 or 14 DT? No. Absolutely fucking not. If you want one rule of thumb to follow on GME, it's never fucking sell covered calls during OPEX. Ever, ever, ever. What's the longest halt you've seen on a stock? Couple days, weeks? Didn't something that like a bunch of like Twitter people were in on get halted for like several days? Was it that shit stock BBIG? One of those. I don't remember which awful SPAC got halted. Were you a fan of Anthony Bourdain? You know, I've never seen anything with him in it. I, I know who he was, but I don't really know anything about him. And I don't think I've ever seen, I might have seen like one video with him in it, but I don't even remember. What would we need to see SPY and QQQ hit to start seeing some squeezes and smaller cap, heavily shorted stocks? It'd have to move up pretty high, right? You got to break internalization. And then we get like a repeat of what we got on the last like big bear rally, right? October OPEX begins on the October expiration, and the settlement period begins the following Monday through Wednesday. Yes, already at 3,800. I know. Futures have been pricing higher for a couple days now. Who are you rooting for during the World Cup next month? Persia isn't a country, so I thought I'd ask. Didn't I pick the winner last time or whatever? Fucking British, maybe it was British something. I don't know. Who is there? I don't know anything about soccer, so Iran. There was like some other fucking soccer thing last year that somebody tried to get me to pick the winner of, and then I nailed it. I got it. The Euro Cup? I don't remember what the fuck it was. How is it possible GME's IV is going down? Because IV and price increases aren't a one-for-one correlation. I told you they're going to try to keep IV down. I wrote about it in this morning's DD. It's imperative for them. You cheated? You used TA. I did not. It was a bet with a dude in here. Wasn't it? I don't fucking remember. I don't even remember who I picked. I know I got it right. Maybe it was somebody in real life. Outside of buying more to lower my cost basis, how can I lower my GME cost basis that is currently at 129 post split? You could try selling covered calls. Heath Dill. Looks like you're holding GME for the next 10 years or longer. Thanks, random dickhead on the internet, Mardine K. What's an XL burger? Doesn't even make sense. An extra large burger? Why would I eat an extra large burger? I don't even like hamburgers that much. Is it a fat joke? Fitting. A lot of T+2 actions on stocks this week set to take into effect tomorrow and keep us melting up if there's no bearish news. Today is the T+2 day. But yeah, we can keep melting up. I'm gonna buy some straddles into close tonight. Big Dillionaire. Big Dildo Danionaire. TA, fundamental analysis, or dartboard for soccer pick. TA is not useless, you just have to know how to apply it. Fubo had a lot more FTDs than Revlon did. Fubo's also got 160x Revlon's free float. No, it's not that much. It's like 80x. Maybe it isn't. I can't remember. No, we just have a lot of super stonkers right now because GME's up 9.22%. They don't know why, and they're trying to figure it out. They're confused and lost, scared, tumbling into a void which they don't understand. And the easiest way to get rid of them is to just ban them. Just DRS harder, guys. You're doing it. Talk more about your lending your shares. I hope they hit 99% of the free float DRS. And I will personally bring all of my shares to Kenneth Griffin at his office for 10,000%. And then I'll recall them. I'll be like, gotcha, bitch. Like, I'm gonna send that in via carrier pigeon. It's not as much fun now that I've described the strategy. First you buy calls. Well, yeah. So you buy a bunch of calls. And then you sell all your shares, which forcing a recall on them. Money. God, I wish I had BlackRock money. The things I would do. Thanks, Zorn. Every trade needing to be approved by a securities lawyer. It's all about hiring the right lawyer, dork. I'll just get BMG to do it. I'll be like, this trade look good? And he'll be like, bro, I'm already in it. And then, you know, perfect. I think I could defend this in court. The perfect response, right? What do you want me to look at? Tesla chopping $2 up and down is not exciting. Doge mooning. Finally the bag holders can get out or buy more. They'll probably just buy more. Imagine being a Doge bag holder. Imagine buying Doge at 50 cents. What does GME hugging that EMA line mean? It keeps going up? A spy about to fall off a cliff? Maybe. What price would AMD need to fall to for you to consider buying it? I won't buy more till like $45. If it doesn't hit $45, I simply won't buy more of it. Are Fubo FTDs irrelevant? Yeah, for the most part. It's super liquid. FTDs don't matter on it. What do you like better? Upstart December 25 or November 30? Ooh. I mean, December 25 is way less risky. I don't know if I'd get 25s for December. I might go a little further out of the money. The guy have 40s for December. What single stack ticker do you think super suckers hate the most? It depends. This week, Credit Suisse. But who knows what it'll be next week. Timely Doge memes? Ooh. Wait, is this real? Are these children discussing this? Or is this just photoshopped? It's just a meme I'm not familiar with. I might be getting old. Like a meme format I'm unfamiliar with. Are those SS mods? No, they look way more rational and mature. What's up, James Ellers? Did I pick England? I really don't. I like barely remember the whole ordeal. I just remember I won. Wow, BMG. Just slaughter me in public like that? I'm gonna make you so bullish on Revlon before it gets rug pulled. You son of a bitch. No problem, man. I signed up for the beta. I don't know who I'm gonna main. Probably Ryu. As long as he's not nerfed into the ground. You picked England. They made it to the finals, but lost to Italy. Oh, okay. Is SPX showing buyer exhaustion? I think it's showing a little bit of a like sell-off. We talked about this earlier in the day, like 3,800. We could see some long side profit taking. GME crashing? No, they're just using the opportunity to offload internalization and short the stock. It's not crashing. They'll just try to bring it back to delta neutral probably. Tip before the rip, bro. What a boring midday. Their cases against Citibank is looking pretty good. Yeah, they're suing him. They're trying to overturn the decision, right? Why is Twitter still halted? I don't know. Still holding your SPX calls, or have you taken profit? I've taken profit on a few of them. My SPX position is up. Like the 3600s for 10.7 or 10.21 are gone. The 3650s are stopped out on the failure at 3800. I sold off about half of the 3700s, but I still have the 3700s and the 3800s, both of which are still quite green. Fucking like 6 red candles, and everyone's like, that's it, market's crashing. Jesus Christ, people. I'll be right back. Why is Gurk halted? So we were talking earlier about rich, douchey things that I don't spend my money on. I just realized that I've spent some money on a rich, douchey thing recently. I've hired a shopper to buy my groceries for me. I don't have time to grocery shop. And every time I order from Whole Foods or something like that, they fuck it up and send me shit I never ordered. No, not Instacart. Just send your Roomba. Congratulations, Sisyphus. Well, for the last like 4 months, I've basically just not had any food in my house. And I was like, this seems really bad. So I'm trying to rectify that. I wish I could buy a Tesla robot to do it for me. I'm not agoraphobic. Just because I don't like being around people or going outside doesn't mean I'm afraid of them. Yeah. People. It's like, oh my god, guys, the market's only gone up 244 basis points today. Can you list the top 5 things you're afraid of? Positive pregnancy tests. Palimony, because it doesn't make sense. Carl blowing up his port. J Fresh finding out where I live. Yeah, I heard about it. Stefan, not learning how to trade profitably on your greatest fears list? Not at all. You have to be kidding me. Palimony is a real thing. It is. I have a friend who pays it. Was that deep dive stocks guy part of the pickle jar at some point? Seems familiar. No. Has he entered the pickle jar to advertise his crap? I don't know. What are you trying to get out of me, Idaho beef? Ooh. Is a tiny packet of fresh mozzarella cheese balls the same as cheese sticks? It's not a thing in New York, but it still scares me. Hey Girk, attempting to sell more of my GME shares out of CS. I received, we are unable to process your sale request as the share amount exceeds those shares available for the sale, meaning share amount exceeds those available. Did you input a sell order for more shares than you own? I mean, I respect the attempt if you did. I get it. If they make fake shares, why can't we sell them? But I don't know. Maybe computer share is fraudulent. Call them. Just find out. It's probably an error. I tried that on Fidelity. They busted me. If you guys get like another 2,000 years of options experience one day and have several $1,000,000 that you can prove, you can sell the promise of shares that don't exist also. I do that sometimes. It's the best. We've always been at the mercy of the market, Daniel Supreme. We're talking about the Dewey Decimal System. That shit's great. Fucking chips are like glass. What's the SPY doing? Pulling back? What's wrong with cursive? It's garbage. It's nothing garbage about penmanship. A waste of time. You know, teaching children discipline and appreciation for maybe man's finest gift of putting his thoughts on paper for generations more to read is not a waste of time, but is in fact something that we should preserve. Don't worry. Think of it this way. You say cursive is dumb, and I think this man probably also can't find the clitoris. So, better yourself. Your wife is unsatisfied. Well, the Dow's doing a little better on the pullback than the SPY is. People that can't be bothered with handwriting are halfway to becoming the blobs on beds and Wally. There, I said it. And I read it. Thanks for writing it. Alright, whose wife isn't satisfied because the pigeon whale's about to come in hot? I think you could just find unsatisfied wives all over the place. If you look hard enough, BMG. Everyone over here rage typing about how great cursive is. Why don't you write a letter and mail Kirk your feelings? I would like to throw my hat in the ring for worst Tesla trader alive. What are you doing on Tesla right now, Carl? That's on AMD right now. Looks like it's heading down the mountain. It's moving down because the market's moving down. Well, you spelled phonics wrong, but it was a good attempt, Beef. You're doing better. Cat is like a rock. Like a Chevy commercial, but for Caterpillar. You sold your Tesla calls? I put a stop on them when it tested the resistance back here. I might buy some more calls here in a minute. If the market starts to pull back. I don't understand how Elon buying Twitter, as worthless as it is bad for Tesla. I hope Elon ruins Twitter so it goes away. Twitter's the fucking worst. Bithead is a genius. He created a foolproof way to ID super stonkers. That would only be if he was like gifting memberships at 3 in the morning. Or during the members stream. He's just long memberships. Elon's selling more shares of Tesla for financing? No. At least not that we know of. Dude's worth like $200 billion. I don't know how he can't float buying Twitter. Did I remove Twitter from my watch list? Awesome. You know what's even better is people are chasing this thinking they're going to make money on it. You're not. It's too late. No, you might, but it's unlikely. Fucking Christ, man. You know what? I'm adding Rivian to the stocks that I'm bullish as fuck on. Why do people keep buying this? There's nothing attractive about it at all. If you buy Twitter shares at 50, do they pay you 54.20 when it's all over? Yeah. Same like Activision. I don't use it on screen because a lot of you wouldn't be able to read it. Just got back after a couple of hours. Are you tempted to open up an SPX straddle for tomorrow at these prices? No, but I'm tempted to hedge my remaining calls with some puts tonight. There was something about Chipotle yesterday that you were supposed to discuss today. Not with you guys. Yep. Well, looks like that one's over. Chipotle's new garlic steak? I've not eaten at a Chipotle in like 7 years. Any thoughts the next 2 months on China stocks, ETFs like FXI? I bought more. I bought some for November and it's already up 60%. Cool. Um, yeah, they'll probably rally on the current news and then like everything else. And then I don't think it'll last. Yeah, I wouldn't get a ton of exposure to Chinese stocks. Some might be okay. I'll probably just buy Baba. Is that XPX bounce stable? It's picking up stability. It did pull back slightly and move up higher, which is very good. The Dow's moving up. Tesla's coming back. Is now the time? Maybe I'll wait. Tesla's a choppy little bitch. I didn't see anything in the volume indicating a turnaround. What, to the downside? I mean, I don't really either. I mean, there's some long capitulation, right? But no, SPY's still looking quite good. You just gotta wait out the dips. It's okay. Cat barely dropped. I told everyone this morning that we could pull back to 37.50. I don't even think we didn't even hit 37.50. So we bounced even a little higher than that. Yeah, it's starting to pick up some volume on the upside too. This is good. Good, like decent pullbacks like this, like 10, 20 basis points, are actually, if you can hold through them, which I know it's tough, are actually really good for the potential of more upside movement. Rivian has about the same cash equivalents as Tesla. Yeah, but I also think Tesla's a piece of shit and should be worth $30. Twitter is MOASsing. No, it's not. Twitter is trading. Well, first of all, it's suspended. Second of all, it's trading under the buyout price where it will peak. Victor is not happy with you. I know. But Victor hasn't been very happy with me since last August when I told him that Tesla was fucking overvalued. And again in March. Yesterday. What's up, DV? No, Twitter nothing time. Just because things move around doesn't mean you have to be part of it. Is DB Cooper your dad? I don't know. Maybe? Seems like the timing would be a bit off. How do you get SPX to display numbers on the chart, and why are they there? What? Oh, those are gaps. Yeah, I can get rid of those. I'll just do this. Is that better? Even if we aren't trading SPX, is SPX what we should be focused on for intraday trends instead of SPY? Yes, especially if there's a lot of arbitrage between the two, which in volatile markets there tends to be. Eye patch, Lawrence of Arabia. Definitely the eye patch. Twitter news: Parag Agrawal discloses receiving a horse from Musk and stepping down. Oh shit. Is getting horses from Elon same like insider trading? A service or product that tracks IV30. You know, Mustard Homie, you can type IV30 and a ticker into Google and just find that stuff yourself too. My God, the market has been boring as fuck lately. I'm so sorry that the 450 BPS price increase over the last 2 days is boring for you, plumber poopy hands. I didn't realize that your union work of putting away things at the end of the day was so much more compelling. It's boring when you don't have positions in anything moving. Ah, yeah. Okay. I can agree with that. Yeah, except Oprah didn't expose herself to you when she gave you a car. Well, at least not that I know of. I made $5 off Jimmy's little bounce above VWAP. I can practically smell the upholstery in my new Lambo. Nice, Dork. Jimmy's going back up, by the way. If you're interested in 2750 weeklies, I can see that being a degen play with some potential. Is this a good opportunity for AMD? I guess. I don't know. It doesn't look good. I don't know. I guess the better question here is Tesla going to keep tanking QQQ? I got Tesla October 250C on the bottom. Enough theta? I mean, there's a lot of different days in October. Dave of the Pigeon Whale Daves. I was interested, and I'm now out of settled cash of the day, so I can't degen unless it's into 30s. Ew. No, not 30s. Don't be a chump. Don't take the bait. He's trying to sell us his CCs at 2750. No, I'm just trying to get you to pump my 2750s. I don't have any options positions on GME right now. Not yet. I might get some like next weeklies a little later, but right now I don't want to buy any. Real October contracts, not weeklies. Come on. That's not terrible. I mean, it's not very far off of 250, so you've got a little bit of time. Not much beyond this week, though. I think if it stagnates into the end of the week, you're going to burn off a lot of theta. How'd you do in your Nobel Prize bracket this year? I came in third again. I don't want to talk about it. What's been a reliable source for studying the SPX and entry timing? Just trade it. You seemed bullish on the markets this week. Why didn't you buy GME calls? Because there were better ones? Like, do I want to play something that is just going to rip? Or do I want to play something where I have to wait while the MM internalizes all the upside for 5 days, then dumps it all back out after the volatility's gone? Right? How much theta would you be looking for to retest the 357, 358 low on the SPY? I mean, that could be like a couple of months out. You know that, right? How many more times do you think Cat will bounce off 180? Also, I maxed out the margin in my in one of my options accounts, buying far too much Caterpillar. And I don't want to like go through the process of wiring money in. It's annoying. What would it take for AMD to rip? My calls are too far out of the money. I mean, the market continuing to move up. Did you ever think about making a podcast? So, what I do all day, but without the video? Thanks, Moon Man. Just market talk podcast, but with your subscribers. You've got a face for radio. I know. Thank you, Turb. The best face for radio. And that's why Freudian slip calling you turd is a little bit. Well, it's very close to Turd's name. So, all right, I'll just keep calling you Brett. That makes it a lot easier on me. Ray the convo earlier about catching up later in life. Your cat gains in less than a week are 200 times the $400 that the average American has in their savings. I fucking love it. Yeah, but I'm not average. I'm at least slightly above average. My mother does love my face. She's told me before. Yeah. So, get fucked, nerds. You know what? DVC foo. Your penis is only as big as you believe it to be. It's all in here. Yeah. Win new hat. I have multiple of this hat. This one's newer. That's just your low T talking, Carl. Listen, all of you guys can go out and buy lifted trucks. Or Ferraris. You know, depending on your income bracket. Or Focus, yeah. I'm thinking spy puts. Is that a terrible idea? It's not great right now. Yeah, I throw the hat out every day. Toyota Camry checking in. Fuck, that's what she said. Are my Discord ideas as bad as my stock choices? I don't know. What was your Discord idea? Probably, but I'll hear you out. Toyota stock Tacoma, and I've got a hog. No one would have said otherwise, Potato Tom. A hog or a spud? A fingerling or a russet? You don't have to lie to us here. It's a safe place. How many sources do you pay for monthly? Too many to count. I keep getting baited into shitty ones by JFresh and Turdferg. I'm still paying for fucking Market Chameleon, which is... Ugh. I don't know why. The answer is 0 to all of those things. So you know what, Beerloin? You're moderated. Now you're fired. Yeah. Everything's transacted. Cool. Do you forget to cancel them? All the time. Did you time him out, Carl? Thank you for punctuating my decision there. You know what the payment for being a moderator is? Sometimes you're the first one to see Pickle's picks. Provided that you see them before anyone else does. Make me a moderator so I can randomly time out Carl. Mods can't time each other out. Only I can time out Carl. Carl knows that. I had my first day at university today, so I couldn't watch along. Did something interesting happen today? The market went up 250 basis points. Still bullish. I agree. Visceral.
Thanks for hanging out, man. Make me a mod on Discord so I can shitpost with no time limits. It's not about the shitposting, is it, JFresh? You just want to ban everyone. Remember, it's in JFresh's best interests to ban all of you guys. It would free up my time, which would give him more of it. Give you my YouTube login. Bro, I don't even know my own YouTube login. Nice try. Are you messing with me, Gurk? Sent my idea. I didn't see it. Wait, hold on. Did you DM it to me? Where is it? Dungston got timed out by Carl. Okay, now you're fucking with me. Subway Cup. Not cool, man. That's not Apple. Hey, look at that, dork. Same like full bull. We're gonna do it, man. Me and you. Yeah. It's okay. I didn't tell any of the pores about our secret picks today. Me and Dork already have a room. Yeah, look at that. Imagine being the guy who sold on that drop. You and Dork bought Apple Weeklies? No. Way worse than that. Oh man, why are all these new mods timing each other out? Are people putting wrenches on their names again? That's Daniel Taylor's thing. Come on, guys, be original. Remember, every 1% move, $33 billion. And that's just on SPX. Like, for example, on Apple, there's another $275 million per 1% move. Now imagine the weight of all of that capital deleveraging market wide on all these stocks that have dropped 10%, 20%, 50% in the last few weeks. All I have to say is thanks for making the calls cheap, Bears. I appreciate it. Make me a mod and I'll boost your memberships 37% year over year and increase Dan ships 24.7% year over year. I don't, the first part is attractive. Can we put that weight directly on my face? You could if you really want to. I didn't say MOASS. It can carry on quite a while. Bears are stubborn. Shame and humiliation of the pores and timeouts. But Carl and the Pigeon Whales already do that. It's okay. Carl's just jealous of the 510 gang's refined taste in alcohol, including Pappy and 2-decade-old scotch. Uh-oh. Dungston, you're just gonna make Carl chug a bottle of Pappy Van Winkle now. And that's not gonna be good for Carl. Why is Netflix down? I don't know. That's a good question. Netflix had a weird drop today. What's that about? Fubo taking all its market share? Hmm. Something about a Will Smith movie? Carl, you can't. Oh, Visceral timed you out. Never mind. Look at Visceral getting Carl's back. No mod brigading. Yeah, Netflix isn't very sexy today. I'm not sure why. We'll do some more digging. The options chain and everything on it still looks really good. I'll think about it, Chester. How do you shift your DTs on SPX straddles? Last week it was 12-5 call put, right? It varied a lot over last week. As I had to like reposition things, but yeah. I wouldn't do that now because the market's trending up, right? Uh I probably wouldn't straddle SPX right now. It might not be worth it. Maybe like bull put spreads would be better. So you like limit downside risk, but go bullish. You want Dan's in chat because we keep the chat so weird that we limit the amount of new people in here. Dan's seem like necessary evil. True, but I have enough Dans, and every time there's like a resurgence of the Dans, then there's more of them, and it gets too Dan heavy, and even the Dans don't want to be here. Yeah, I saw your comment, Surface Smurf. I don't know anything about Persia. It's you can't fly there. It's not a real place anymore. Unless you're flying in a time machine. Netflix is like one of the stocks I was looking at, but I haven't bought it yet. Mostly because I forgot to. But now I'm thinking I might want to a little bit. I'm not Moroccan. Nice, Tanksimus. Let me know how they play out, man. It's real. It's Iran. No, Iran is Iran. Persia was a kingdom located in Iran that no longer exists. You don't point at Italy and go Holy Roman Empire, right? Come on. Not with that attitude. That's because we can't find Italy on a map. Do you see Apple hitting 148 this week? The tide is rising. There are lots of boats to choose from. I'm unfazed by Carl's attempts at demonstrating the oppression inherent in the system. Also, Rhodesia is still a thing. Robert Mugabe was just too poor to learn to spell. Fair. When go from Germania to Britannia via longboat. Dude, time Dunstan out again. Uh. Sometimes I wonder if Carl times people out on both platforms simultaneously. Carl's just doing his job. And that's meeting comments of his on his own inadequacy with the threat of timeouts. You said before that they can't let Upstart run during forced settlement, but it's run quite a bit today. What's the tipping point? I said that, well, they shouldn't let it run. I mean, it doesn't mean they can stop it from running. But, who knows what the upper limit for them is? I have no idea. There's no way to predict that. It's just bad for them if it runs. It costs them a lot of money to try to keep the price suppressed. There is a tipping point. We just don't know where it is. It doesn't look like their position is slipping a lot, given that it's still way under the vast majority of call OI. You could play the near the money range on Netflix, I suppose. I was gonna sell like a bull put spread on it. Because I liked the idea of limiting the downside risk as it neared like 250, which is a huge resistance. I don't use SMAs ever. I only really use EMAs. I'll use MAs occasionally. Um just to like look at entry positioning for like long-term stuff, but I basically never use SMAs. I just want to say thanks for turning me on to homemade espresso. I've had 14 lattes today, and I can feel my anxiety building up in my toes. Nice, man. I should make more coffee, huh? Can you guys live without me for 3 minutes? Probably. Two tests of 180? Yeah, I guess you could count that one. That wasn't really a test. That was kind of just like a little bit of a like a bullish bull trap. I am flying to Portugal, so enjoy the break for my degeneracy. Have fun, man. Tesla's moving up slowly, but it's moving back up. All right. Here's the deal. I'm gonna go make a coffee real fast so I don't fall asleep on stream. You guys need to make sure that the SPX doesn't fall back through the EMA 30. If you do, I'll blame you and stop streaming forever. See you in a minute. Did you guys just time out the entire chat? I mean, this is kind of amazing. All right, well, the only way to... I've got to time you and Carl out, right? Well, I got back in time for the spy to die. I'm telling Dad. Are my 3 ADCs for tomorrow dead for spy? They expire tomorrow? Not necessarily. When did you buy them? Did you buy them at 380 today? Because that would be bad. I bought them 4 minutes ago. Wow. You chose poorly. I'm not grumpy today. Just getting my $29.99 worth of data. I liked the GME 2750s earlier. While you were gone, Mrs. Carl asked us all to grab our binkies and lay down like we did in kindergarten. Oh, it's so cute. What to expect from GME if XRT forced settlement begins? Not a lot. It generally doesn't do much, but it's notable that it's in the middle of the ETF FTD period. Have you sold any GME CCs yet? No. I bought back my GME CCs yesterday, which was another genius move on my part. Ooh, I just got pre-approved to buy a building. Huh. Bounce on the 50? 60, but yeah. Pikachu poop? Are you a full-blown stock god or like a stock demigod? That depends on how much more cat moves up today. I'll sell you the building I live in. It's in Indiana and has a basement full of bugs. No thanks. KifCam added to my subscription. If you owned your own building, how often would you raise rent for yourself? I mean, the legal limit for New York City. Yeah, no, I was very impressed with Fluffy, with the speed at which everyone got timed out. No, 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 make it go back up. That's not the way this works. Yeah, everyone got timed out. Carl and Fluffy timed everyone out. There was a mass timing out. A pickle side, if you will. Tesla about to reverse all those trades and complete inverse head and shoulders. My calls would like that. Did you guys know that I lowered the chat time restriction today by 10 seconds? No, because you're all Cornishons. Fucking bithead. That's why it was so fucking weird in here. Good, I don't want to hear from you more than every 20 seconds, Surface Smurf. Well, now you know, Blue Bananas. Now you know. I'll miss you all when I start my new job next month. Congrats on the new job, man. We'll be around, don't worry. That's how you get Spite subscribed and liked. Oh no. Why would you do that to me? I've never had Korean food, and I think I'm going to try some this weekend. Give me some good eats and some avoids. Kimchi can be a bit rough your first go around. Everything else is pretty good. Kimchi sound like rotten cabbage? I'm not saying anything. My girlfriend said she liked the stream because she thinks it's just like adult daycare. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about that. What's the cap price target? Just up, I guess. 182.50 would be the next resistance of note. I'm sorry, Decor. Are you a fan of shishito peppers? Only when they've been blistered. Service Murph, welcome to paying for your own Cornichon. Look at you. Paying for parking. People who roll up and out need to learn about the joy and wonder that is up and in. Hold the fuck up, dork. We can't talk about things that advanced on here. I'll burn you like those books on delta neutral hedging. My girlfriend likes the stream because she likes the idea of a mythical centaur helping me lose money. Yeah, you know, Caterpillar is not always a pickles pick. But when it is, everyone makes up all their losses for the previous 3 months. So here's to another 3 months of options losses with you guys. Congratulations. Now, if only everyone could use the opportunity of having extra money to continue making money outside of Cat's sporadic upside. I love losing money with you all. You just need to build up equity in the business, Popcorn Trader, and then you can come right back. You got it, Surfa. Thanks, man. You know, one day I'm going to find out that you're all just investment advisors and you're just funneling pickles picks into 401ks so you can keep your jobs. I already know that that's some of you, and mad respect. I don't know, Popcorn Trader. Each day is a new day. So, do you have a bear thesis on Upstart? Nope. I mean, yeah, big banks don't want them to succeed, but that's the same as SoFi, right? Took a big loss on SPX, got greedy at 37.85, but since watching you, have been able to significantly improve upside potential and downside risk overall up. So in the end, thank you. Oh, thanks, man. Gaz, what's up, man? How you doing? Deku in the house. Deku? I can never pronounce it right. It doesn't matter. How's West Virginia slash being a mail order bride treating you? Moonwind never had a real job. Nobody would employ that man child. Yeah, that's been so great for your puts this week, Dan Weekly Zorama. Glad to hear that the inverse Gherk fund is down 3,000% this year. Good job. Just calls. I don't really have any interest in owning shares of Netflix. Did Moonwind die? Maybe. That's a possibility, right? Maybe his house fell on him. No, it doesn't work like that, Surface Smurf. Actually, all that's changed is you now have $5 less. Congratulations. What's up, Big Wheeler, Sinus Feeler? Would you rather eat a pound of medium rare chicken or a slice of the best Hawaiian pizza on earth? Medium rare chicken. Have you ever had like Japanese fried chicken? They cook it like medium rare. It's amazing. Salmonella is great for weight loss. Karage? Yeah. Speaking of houses falling on people, I bought something off eBay from a guy in Florida. I have an issue with the item, but I think he might be dead. Why would I care about that? Call PayPal. If Ivy is being kept down during this period, then CC premiums are lowered, right? Yeah. What's your cap prediction for tomorrow? I've got stops, but I'm afraid they're too tight. I don't want to miss 182.50. I don't know, I mean, it looks good. It's very good if it breaks 180 today. It just gets more bullish, right? More calls in the money. Now tell people about raw horse and chicken sashimi in Japan. Those are things. I've had horse before. Uh there's like a bunch of like Italian cured meats that are made from horse. It's very lean. It's a bit weird tasting. But that could just be because I knew it was horse. Yeah, I don't like the taste very much. Does the stock moving up on negative MACD mean anything? Or are indicators just trash? I mean, oscillators are generally just trash. But yeah, a stock can move up with the MACD still being negative. I've never had guinea pig. That's kind of like a Peruvian thing, right? Yeah, I didn't. It wasn't easy for me to eat it either. But my friend was like, "You got to try this shit. It's amazing." It wasn't. Do you like EVGO? Is that a stock? EVGO? I've had rabbit, which I assume would be fairly similar. No, different friend. Chargers. I don't know. There's like a big bid in California for like trying to get the like charging system for the state, right? I guess the winner of that would be important. Was the rabbit good? Yeah. Conejo? Has anyone heard from CTD lately? He's around. Ever had Elkhart? No. I don't think I've ever had elk. Have you had snake? Yes, I didn't like it a lot though. It's kind of like greasy fish. Like cod, but flakier. Bobby going wacky? Any news? Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, I don't think CTD is on was at risk for the hurricane, as far as I know. Although he did get murdered on Discord one time. Yeah, closure is important. At what price would you buy Tesla shares? Below my current cost basis. Maybe. But even that's questionable. 85. I guess it's like $83 now. Gisela hires divorce attorney. I don't know who that is. She's married to Tom Brady. I barely know who Tom Brady is. Isn't he like the old guy who played football and he won some football and then got old? Giselle Bundchen? She's a former Victoria's Secret supermodel, possibly one of the most attractive women on the planet. It's got a terrible last name. Tom Brady, same like cat puts, obliterated. Isn't he rich? Like, can't he just marry another famous model? I mean, I know the only thing I really know about Tom Brady is that he doesn't have any inflammation ever. So it would explain why she left him. Same like low T, right? Correction, half rich. Yeah, but yeah, recoverable. He's the best surfer ever. Are you a crypto pumper? No. I don't know what that is, Bruce Wayne. Livent, the lithium company? I don't really know much about them. Is Tom about to pick up some fucking palimony? I know you said just trade it, which I'm doing on paper. I was just wondering how you got so confident over time on SPX. Looking at JPM's collars, OI, etc. Your process is solid. It usually works out. Sometimes it doesn't, which sucks. Yeah, I don't need Matt Kors to shill for me. Do you know much about Ader? I know it's a big piece of shit. What do you know about it? I suppose that you've just read about it on Reddit or Twitter, Blue Fire. It's garbage. I shorted it once while everyone was really bullish on it and made a bunch of money. That was fun. I got like 150 people to leave the stream that day, which was fantastic. Like they were really bullish on it. They thought it was going to squeeze. Teach us about nightshades and cooking. Just stick them in all your food. It makes your food addictive. Best way to run a restaurant. That or heroin. Yeah, but if you'd put heroin in your food at a restaurant, your table turnover would be unbelievably slow. People would be coming in and leaving 9, 10 hours later. You don't want that. Also, shitting on the walls in your bathroom probably would be bad. Rev really spicing up. It's spicy. I will leave if you take a look at Levent and do a little DD. I don't want to look at it right now. Why do you do this to me? I mean, what's the fucking upside here? Like, they're kind of maxed out on their potential valuation. They produce lithium compounds, but they're subject to the same, like, commodity and supply shocks that anyone else would be, right? It's not like they're mining it. Oh, God, and they're located in Philly? Man, I don't like companies that are located in Philadelphia. They're trading massively above book value. Their revenues, like, asset and revenue growth is decent. Book value per share is garbage still, though. And they have, like, a pretty fat chunk of liabilities. Cash flow is down every quarter for the last 3 quarters. Massively? Did they take on financing? Hmm. Dilution. They just diluted? Fuck, man. They're still trading at a PE of 56? I don't like this at all. Are you going to short it? This is what you get. And I'm just going to. Now I'm angry at you for being bullish. No, Rev's got a solid book value of like negative $40 a share. Which, only lends to the thesis that it has to squeeze higher than $40, right? Hey, cat's at 180. Petition to replace going up with squeezing and replace going down with getting shorted by evil hedgy corporations. Ah, the old 1-2 punch. What are your thoughts about Sava? I'm surprised it's held 40 this long. I mean, IV's still grinding down on it, right? I sold a bunch of spreads on Sava yesterday. I haven't lost money. Is it almost Cenis time? Oh, that's what it is. Die, Vix, die. Is this the most Jimmy has run, not in an OPEX or ETF FTD period? No, not at all. Jimmy has run far more than this, not in an OPEX or FTD period. Are you still holding your Cat 170s for October 21st? Yeah. I'll think about it. Man, I feel tired. When will BBBY gamma squeeze? It did. But a bunch of people are still bag holding it, thinking it'll do it again for no particular reason, backed by little to no logic. No, what? It did. I was there. It will go to 70. It'll go to 0 first. Oh my god, have we gotten a Bobby Stonker in here? Oh, I still want to talk to you so much. Come, sit, have a conversation with me. It will reach 100. You and what army of people are going to make that happen? Someone's got to be fucking with me. This can't be real. Sue Grove doubled down? Who gives a shit? So she still has less shares than fucking Atomic had during the run. Oh, she bought another 10,000 shares at $5? That's the ticket. Surely it's gonna moon now. There's only 4 million shares available when considering institutions, plus all the institutional shares that are available. I remember the last time you were bearish on Bobby. When was that? When it went from $17 down to 6? I was pretty bullish up on it up until that point. Very bullish on it. Pepperidge Farm remembers too. Oh yeah, Bob? Gotta keep that IV pumped so you can keep selling them calls, right? The Reddit's nonsense. Check the Reddit. Your bearishness was at an all-time high before it popped. You mean when I had 10,000 shares and like 500 fucking call options? Yeah, it was peaked. So fucking bearish, man. Buying the stock from $20 all the way down to 5. That's not how that works, full disclosure. All the institutional ownership is in ETFs. What are these numbers? Is this what people are passing around, like secret messages? Is there a reason your chart is not displaying SPX volume? Because it's SPX? It doesn't trade like an underlying, it just trades out. It's cash settled, it's options. The Council of Revlon has been thinking long and hard. So hard we almost came to a conclusion. Good thing we didn't, though. Moon soon. Nice. Do the put walls for Rev get closed? I'm not seeing it in the money anymore until leaps. Oh, that would be interesting. I don't see a major spike for Bobby at the moment. It is a meme stock now, so there's a glimmer of hope for bag holders. If you hold a bag, it's because you were foolish or greedy. Yeah. GME, same like Bobby? No, it's a moderately profitable company with lots of cash on hand and no debt versus an unprofitable company with very little cash on hand that is going to quickly diminish and shitloads of debt. But the bullish DD, bruh. I, 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 I didn't write any fucking bullish DD after it ran. When Rev hits 25 and I ask you if it's a good idea to sell $20 CSPs like I did when Bobby was 25, instead of telling me, do you think it's going to be worth more, just say, please don't. A dude came in here with the weakest attempt to hype Bobby I've ever seen and then left. Bullish on Revlon. Yeah, same here. I like it. Read the Reddit. I don't want to read the mad ravings of fucking bag holders. I know it's sarcasm, Mike. Thoughts on GME this week moving forward, considering how long it's held above DN? Why did you say that? Now it's gonna drop back to DN. So anytime fucking the market drops, they're gonna try to drop GME as hard as they feasibly can. AMC bag holders didn't hop onto Bobby until after the run. How many times is Cat gonna test 180? It's already trading above 180. It broke 180. Sort of. Yeah, this is why I didn't buy calls on GME this week. Because they're just gonna try to keep the gamma hedge like net negative. And they're gonna internalize anything that'll push it over. So like I'm gonna buy calls on it and just battle against MMs with billions and billions of dollars all week. Or I could buy calls on literally anything else and make fuck tons of money. No Power Hour song. You'll live. Here's where GME comes down hard when everyone sells their positions into the end of the day. Will you buy it for ETF FTDs though? Yeah, because they have something to cover, right? So they're not gonna fight against themselves. But I'm not gonna sell covered calls while they're buying into upside price action, and I'm not gonna fucking buy calls when they're trying to prevent the price from going up. It's just not worth the risk, right? What's your price target for SPY for the next 2 weeks? I think a good rally as high as the like high 3800s, low 3900s. It may not, like 3850 might kind of be the ceiling, but it could. Conservatively. The highest I think it could go is like 4130 40, 41.35 on SPX. Upstart holding strong. Nice. It's nice to be able to have a community of centaurs where we all feel accepted instead of having people try to ride me all day. I told you this trading was a better job than working at the petting zoo. Any chance for Tesla to go back to 255 by the end of the day? Not with the market diving, I don't think. Are you looking to build 120, 150 DTE on SPY puts once this rally starts to lose some steam? Yeah, probably. I don't know if I'll buy that far out, but I might actually. I'm gonna get a whole lot more bearish after this, unless there's some pullback by the Fed or something. Damn straight I did, Spidey. If the market's gonna dive into close, Tesla's not gonna run up to 255 today, right? I'm not talking about the macro. Obviously, it's bounced. What expiration did you go with Tesla calls? Oh, the Tesla calls I bought got stopped out, like, right after the little bounce. Back here. So I don't have any, well, I have Tesla shares, but I don't have any other Tesla exposure right now. They're gonna short the fuck out of Jamie on every downtick on the SPX. And they're gonna internalize as much upside buy pressure as they feasibly can. So you get this, you get slow ups, fast down. Slow up, fast down. Yeah, but we're always staying right where they want us. Is it greedy to hold calls overnight, betting on another green day tomorrow? I mean, that depends on your positioning, theta. It's up to you. I'm okay. Like, you have to be okay with some downside movement on a rally like this. It's healthy. It's healthy for the rally. It allows longs to reposition and confidence to build to the long side. You don't want straight the fuck up because then it goes straight the fuck down. Risk reward on Rev doesn't seem very good. Really? The potential to like 20x your money on a move to $10 seems pretty fucking good to me. I'm gonna keep betting on it. And the risk is very high, but so's the reward. So Thursday might be when we start seeing potential ups on GME when FTDs start coming in. Yeah, I mean, FTDs for the ETF FTD period are a little more evenly distributed this time. We do have the XRT day 13 on threshold falling on the 11th, which is Tuesday of next week. So upside potential is a little better because they're not going to actively short into their own covering, right? That's just fucking stupid. Um, and so, you know, when they relieve that pressure to the upside, we may see like the hedge flip for a minute, but it probably won't generate a lot of volatility through the covering period. So don't target shit that's like way out of the money, because I don't think it's going to be that kind of run. %50 chance you 2x your money, 50% chance you lose it all. Those odds were made for me. There's a 50% chance you 20x your money, 50% chance you lose it all. Yeah, I think they hit like 19,000% at like 450 IV and a test of $11. Hold on, I'll double check it. It's probably, I mean, it's different today, but the Rev Gen 23 $35 call on an IV bump. Let's say it doesn't reach its previous high. Let's just say 450. And the price moves up to $10.50. If it does it by the delisting hearing, you 10x your money. If it hits $15, you 17x your money. If it goes higher, it just gets kind of crazy after that. Also, Ivy would move up way more, but a lot of potential. I have shares of Rev too, because I sell the calls on IV spikes, so I have shares in case it actually keeps ripping. No, I said Rev can go to $16. I didn't say it's worth $16. Its book value is like negative $40 a share. For a buyout, I mean, Perelman's cost basis is $20. The guy who owns all the shares, so I don't think he's going to agree to take a loss, given that he can bail out the company himself. Do you think this movement today is the start of the next futures wave? Could be, yeah. But a buyout's totally different than book value. We don't know if Perelman, if there's a hedging clause or not in the Revlon charter, because we don't have access to it yet. Although I think somebody requested it from chat. So we'll see if they're able to get a hold of it. When do you think of a good time to enter spy pits? I answered this the last time you asked, Spy-Fi. At the top? How far do you think I can go? High 3800s, low 39s. But, you know, as more and more macro data comes in, if it's bullish, it can keep pushing higher. We can end up with a rally like we had last time. Probably wouldn't hit the same high, but we could come close. How much does he own? Like 88% of the shares outstanding? So no buyout could be affected without his input. What's even more compelling is because we can't find a non-hedging agreement. If he's let those shares out to shorts, that means he can recall them. The 13th in October. Does Revlon have any long-term potential? Not without a short squeeze. They would need the stock to like really squeeze. I mean, their business is okay, but it's got problems, right? Supply shock really hurt them more than anything, but they weren't doing great before that. They would really have to do a big turnaround. It'd be a long time. If it's squeezed, it's a different story, right? Because they can issue equity and pay off all of their debt and get, you know, some cash under their belt. And obviously that would help them effect a turnaround plan. They're still a huge distributor. I mean, they're Walmart's largest beauty supplier. They supply Ulta, Nordstrom, Macy's. You know, they have more orders than they can fill, which is what got them so far behind in the supply shock, or with the supply shock. Uh, so they're not a terrible company. I mean, they're not great, but they're not, you know. I think if they can fix or restructure their debt, obviously they have an opportunity to stay in business, but that doesn't mean the business is going to get better. So I'm not like long-term bullish on Revlon unless they do some crazy shit like the stock squeezes and they issue equity and they have tons of money. Like, think how many people are out here watching Ryan Cohen run around and buy up these fucking illiquid companies and thinking, I can do that with my company, right? And then just issue equity and fix all its fucking problems. And of all the people to do that, right? Why not Perelman? I mean, he's like he actually knows Wall Street, you know? Yeah, getting rid of the debt's super important. One way or another, whether it, you know, be through less compelling means via the bankruptcy or a more ideal scenario for us. He's done a ton of weird stuff with that stock too, considering he's owned the company since they IPO'd in the 90s. Yeah. Do you think tomorrow's upside movements will be tamer than today's, or will it maintain the same momentum? There's still some momentum to be captured above 3,800. I think that's really the pivotal moment where the short side breaks. 3,800 or next week. Both of those are kind of important. I mean, I think a lot of people just like, there's a lot of aspects to the whole Rev thesis, but you know, this one's fairly easy to understand, I think. In the highest volume event in the history of the stock, they shorted Revlon from $8 down to $1.08. 04? 08. Then Revlon immediately was approved for a share repurchase or for the bankruptcy loan, right? Those shorts are still fucking underwater. We have not seen even remotely the same amount of volume from that point to now. They're trying to trade as little volume as possible in order to prevent FTDs from piling up. They already got it on Reg Show once. They don't want it to happen again. And there's no ETFs to get liquidity from. So it's already a big problem, right? If volume comes in, like if Revlon isn't going to be delisted or shares are recalled because it is, you know, there's a lot of scenarios that can happen where, you know, Revlon has a potential catalyst. And if it does, you know, on a move to fucking $10, it hit almost 500% IV. I mean, it may not turn out the way we want, right? It could just crash, but can you tell us what you know about stocks delisting? I mean, the NYSE has, it should, there should be a system of checks in place. If Revlon meets all the qualifying standards, it should remain listed. But at the same time, it's up to a private committee, and it's ultimately their decision, right? During that high volume period, you know, Revlon was failing at rates of like 74% of the shares traded that day. It's the potential is insane. The question with Revlon is, will it realize the potential or not? And that's where the risk lies. That's what risk I'm willing to accept, and that's going to be up to each individual person, though. You can't post it on Wall Street Bets. It doesn't have a high enough market cap. Also, I don't care if they get in or not. Like, institutions will play it. I'm fairly certain that Morgan Stanley bought 400,000 shares to lend to themselves. I mean, it's not a question of if the things I'm saying are true or not. It's a question of if it gets delisted or not. All the things I'm telling you are simply data points. You can check it yourself if you should, as a matter of fact. Clip it? Yeah, sure, why not? I just rear-ended someone and this huge dude is standing at my window demanding in my insurance card. How to hedge. You should have gotten in the passenger seat, man. You fucked up. Now you've got eyes on you. What you do is you climb into the passenger seat and you go, the driver ran away. Don't drive away. That's a terrible idea. Just give him your insurance card. It's too late now. You fucked up. You gotta eat your loss. Can you explain MS lending its shares to themselves? So I think Burry famously at one point on a stock he was shorting had to buy shares of the underlying in order to get sufficient shares to short. You don't care if you think it's going to go to zero, right? He is the only decider, or should be the only decider for delisting. That's why there's no like that's why they pulled like the shareholder equity thing, because he has all the equity. So our interests as shareholders are aligned with his already. No, but I'll post it in the channel, Jettle. Our data server is down right now. Evidence of what? BMG. Evidence of Morgan Stanley? I mean, why the fuck else would they buy 400,000 shares of a bankrupt company? They didn't buy it because they're bullish. Institutions don't buy bankrupt piles of shit. They don't play squeezes, right? Everything's neutral. And Revlon's illiquid enough that they would probably have to. It's not getting delisted, trust me, bro. It might. Sometimes you have to gamble. I mean, DFV gambled on fucking GameStop. If Cohen hadn't come in, actually, if Cohen hadn't come in when he came in, the GME play would not have probably gone as well as it has. I don't think Fubo's really a gamble. It's you're just investing in growth, right? Fubo's way less exciting than that. What's the rev float? It's tough to say. Brokers reported at like Morningstar reports it at 7.5 million, but Revlon's investor relations page reports it at 3.2 million. Hard to say. I'm not DFV for Revlon. I just like the stock. Is $10 your price target for Rev? Or are you expecting something higher? It's not really my price target, but I'd be okay with it hitting $10. So with Rev options, are you looking at 1014 or 1021? I have 1240 Rev January 2023 $35 calls. And a fair chunk of shares. Dude, they're not hedging the 35Cs. If they were, it would have already ripped. Yeah, I think if the market maker hedge flips on Revlon again, it's gonna blow up in a kind of crazy way. Yeah, they keep going up. They didn't lower a 35C delta. IV dropped. Which lowers the delta. Last big run was 90%. Yeah. What's your cost average on Rev 35Cs? 73 cents. I don't know, Red Ranger. And your real name is Keith Giuliano. What would make you hold shares on Rev after a possible rip? Active options chain? I mean, it can keep going. I know how to set stops and take profits. Do you see Upstart pushing up more in the next couple of days? I mean, it's just additional pressure provided by active funds on top of their waning ability to suppress the price of the stock. So is Upstart going up a lot, or is it still at $22 and you're wasting my fucking time checking it? Nope, still at $22. Wasn't part of DFV's play on GME that he was betting the console cycle would boost GME? Yeah, but the boost he got was significantly greater than the one he was betting on. The dream is Rev goes to 35. Warrants get force executed, not exercised. But the company is revived and shorts never exit completely, which keeps the volatility sky high while we sell CCs on it forever. That'd be cool. That's not how that would play out, but that'd be super cool. I know Upstart's on Reg Show. Petition noted, Cobra. 127.50 2024 GME thoughts. They're fine. I mean, you're just trying to scalp IV spikes. They're okay for it. I don't think GME's going to 127.50 by 2024, but you can capture IV on a run. But bro, the borrow rate, it's what, like 10%? Revlon's borrow rate's 100%, and it's not squeezing. Something might happen before the hearing, right? Didn't you read my DD that I wrote on Revlon last night? Jesus Christ. You guys need to pay attention to the Discord. You're missing critical information. Almost on the daily.
difficult. Top tier shit posts. All my shit posts are top tier. Do non-pigeon whales have access to this DD you wrote on the Discord? Yeah, it's pinned in the Revlong channel. If Rev goes to 235, I'll buy transmissions for the whole family. Rev MOASS, Rev to 100k, Riku, oh, fuck off. Just fuck right off with that bullshit. Son of a bitch. I don't know, man. Number 6 seems unrealistic. I love how everyone's ignoring that 75% of the pickle jar is going to confirm the top. Buying 2 SPX 21st 3070-80 and 1 November 3780. Okay, both 3780. Put to start DCAing into the put side, or do you think it's way too soon? I think you're way too early. The market hasn't even shaken its bearishness yet, and you're trying to buy puts. At least Revlon has a float that you could actually DRS in like a week. I'm creating bag holders and future CC suckers. Don't do that. That's not cool. Yeah, the upside of of Revlon is $0 to $20. Time for the daily pimento at the end of the day. I'm not gonna just reveal the pimento whenever you request it. Wait, how much volume does Revlon have today? Oh, okay. Scared me. What were you talking about? Just some random stock? What's up, Dork? What do you got? Are you just... Oh, Apple? Yeah, Apple looks kind of good right now. I'm stoked. Now there's 1,085 ask volume at 60. Someone's selling them at 60 cents. At what point in the streaming process did you decide, okay, no more daily pickle drawings? When half the chat was asking for it. And I was like, this has gotten too popular and I don't want to draw pickles every day. I still draw them on occasion, but on my own schedule.
Too late to jump into Tesla calls? No. Could be too early. Why Tesla, not Upstart? I don't think Upstart's doing anything exciting yet. I mean, Tesla isn't either, I guess. Here. How much portfolio percent are you in Revlon now? I put $10,000 into Revlon initially. Then like 4x'd that, put that back in, 2x'd it, put it back in. I don't know. I've only put $10,000 in. It's made me some money so far. I don't know what percentage of my port it is, like total. I'm already back in Upstart. I haven't been out of it. I have 7,500 shares. November 30 and 35, 30, 35 and $40 calls. December $50 calls. Monthly expirations. Does Perelman tweet? Oh god. I need to sell. I don't need another CEO twittering. You're saying you 2x and 4x your rev investment just using Jan 35C shares? Just on Jan 35s. I haven't sold any shares. I've sold some covered calls, but I haven't sold any shares. You can do whatever you want, Jettle. What's the draw to Upstart? I don't get it. That's okay. I don't know. The theta decay on the 35Cs is pretty okay until like mid to late November. They're a lending company, right? Lending adjacent. I think he looks beautiful, BMG. Still thinking bull put spreads on SPX versus a straddle. I mean, I'm not doing either of those things, but if I was, I would choose a bull put spread over a straddle. I'm gonna buy some puts to hedge the calls I have left, and that's it. And it's more of a strangle than anything else, and just protects me a little bit on the downside. Speaking of which, I should probably get those pretty soon.
3780. They opened Twitter back up. Who cares? It's just gonna go to $54. No one's really gonna make any money on it. Everyone's gonna bag hold. Cost average on Upstart December 50s. I bought them with credit from selling puts. So 0. I'm just tired. For bull put spread, are you thinking at the money or in the money puts for this week? I assume you prefer that as cover because you don't think there will be a big move down. I mean, in the money, right? Slightly in the money. Not super in the money. That's just, what's the fucking point of doing the bull put spread at that point? We'll see. I might get some sleep tonight. Probably not. Also, the coffee I have right now just sucks. It doesn't like have any caffeine in it. My buddy who told me he was smart bought a bunch of December 80 and 95Cs for Activision because of the Microsoft acquisition. Do you think he's smart? No. Why didn't he just buy the stock? I mean, at that point, you're just playing like the buyout arbitrage. I've heard you say it. You don't want to sell CCs until the hedge flips. However, you've been with this stock from the beginning. Do you think it could run to 30 by end of week? GME never just keeps running hard outside of obligations. I don't think it's going to run hard, but I think it can move above 30. There's a lot of gamma on the chain at like 30 and 31 positive. So it could. On my 8-hour layover in New York, I'm gonna come yell Riku outside your apartment at 2 a.m. I'm gonna have my neighbor throw garbage on you if you do that. Big Diggler, no question. Just wanted to say happy Tuesday, Girk, and everyone from the metal fart tube. I'm currently encased in amidst a metric shit ton of travel. Thank you so much, Big Diggler. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, no problem. Esha. Shop so much I could have diced onions. What's everyone complaining about? Everything's fucking up massively today. This is great. You're all just upset because you weren't buying calls last week and you decided to buy them this week and you bought them right when everything tested its upper resistance. Didn't you? Don't lie to me. I fucking know what you're up to.
October 13th. Is this a good entry for Upstart? It's not terrible, actually. It's still like way below delta neutral. I think it's below gamma neutral also. See, my prediction was accurate. When everyone was like mad at me for buying calls during the massive market drop. Now they're mad at me because why is everyone always mad at me? Oh, some of you did. Some of you were learning. Some are newer. Only the poors are mad at you. There's a reason they're poors. Oh, fair enough. Fuck you too, Bob. Jimmy runs another 10% this week from its closing price today. I'll buy Pigeon Well. 10%? Alright, I can see that. Promise that when Rev moons, all of the Pigeon Wells will fly to New York City. We ran out of restaurant. We have a rich man's dinner. Man, I've told you, I don't want to do the naked sushi thing. It's gross. It's not hygienic at all. I was not mad at you. I was clenching my butthole. But that's because I was impatient on entries, my own fault. At least you know what went wrong. Don't do that next time. Does your prediction on upper targets of the SPY change given how aggressive the price action has been this week? If so, what is your SPY target? I think we'll hit all-time major highs on major indexes in the next 6 months. Possibly. We'll need a lot of bullish macroeconomic data for that to occur. And only time can give us that. Right now, I think most likely we end up somewhere between like high 3800s to low 3900s. There's potential with some bullish data and a possible pullback in CPI that we see like 4135. I don't think we're going to see above that. I think we'll have another Fed rate hike before then. At least not without a pullback, right? I could see us hitting 4135, pulling back to 4,000, getting some more bullish data, then maybe moving up higher into the end of the year. I agree with you. I think a lot of the mega caps are gonna kind of sustain their margins and their forward expectations into the first part of next year. But when they pull those back, it's all going to come tumbling down because the entire market is propped up by valuations that are unsustainable. And they definitely won't be sustainable with an aggressive Fed rate. So you can be as bullish as you want right now, but don't be bullish for too long. SPY 300 end of year. Haven't snake whips. Is there a way you choose to sell CCs on a stock? Like, how do you pick strike and expiry? Um, I generally don't sell them very far out because I don't like to take theta risk, unless it's like a spread or something. For straight covered calls in a market this volatile, shorter periods of time, 7 or 14 days. And then I pick strikes where either I'm likely to be assigned because I want to sell the shares, or I pick strikes where I'm unlikely to be assigned, like with GME, because I don't want to sell the shares. That's all. It's pretty fucking simple. It's really not that complicated. The odds of it going into the money are built right into the price of the option. Is VXX even worth looking at anymore? No. Not right now. I mean, you could go full bull on it and hope it squeezes weird. Are you selling GME CCs this week or too afraid of ups? Not till the hedge flips. Cattle get hit because they're index exposed. So regardless of bullish valuations on cat, it's massively exposed to DJI and S&P 500. And if there's massive sell-offs in the indices, cat'll take a big hit. A lot of the hits cat takes are because of index sell-offs. It's mostly institutionally owned, right? How can you tell when the hedge flips? Well, the hedge is supposed to flip when it crosses the gamma flip point. Except when GME has been crossing its gamma flip point lately, they've been buying shitloads of in-the-money puts to prevent the market maker's hedge from flipping. So when skew-adjusted gamma exposure and gamma exposure cross over, then the hedge is flipped. Then the market maker is exposed to a positive gamma hedge. And then I'd be more interested in looking for an opportunity to sell covered calls. Because otherwise I'm selling covered calls against the market maker, which is not a great idea. Like, I want to sell covered calls when the market maker is net short calls. I don't want to sell covered calls when the market maker is net long calls, right? But that's unique to my position because I'm like, if you're selling a lot of CCs, like 100 or 50, that's something you probably want to consider. If you're selling like 5 or 10, you know, your positioning is really flexible and you can move your covered calls around a lot and you don't have to worry about it. I mean, if I only had one covered call to sell, I wouldn't give a shit. I'd just fucking sell it all the time. If I got assigned, I'd use the money to sell CSPs and just rinse and repeat, right? Look out, pigeon whales. A dirty little billionaire is coming to fuck up the vibe. I've seen your posts. It's all very California. Time to introduce a little Georgia into the mix. Y'all got pics of cocktails and pets. I've got pics of great southern degeneracy. Prepare yourselves. Uh-oh. You can't just throw your dick on the table like that and expect not to get a reaction walking. You got it, Doric. Have a good one, man. Fubo looks good. Yeah, it's great. That's why I bought it. I don't use assignment of GME covered calls as a way to lower my cost basis because I don't want to take on the short-term gains. That's it, really. I mean, I want to maintain my long-term capital gains on the position. I don't even have long-term capital gains on all of my GME, right? Some of my GME was assigned in March. A lot of it from like last October. I'm approaching the majority of my position being long-term capital gains, but I don't want to lose that. Ding ding, the day is done. So everything doing really well today. Obviously GME still being suppressed a bit, but up 8%, which is really good. Upstart performing a little better at 9.64. Caterpillar up 5%. Macy's, I think, climbed up today. Yeah, 7% up. So everything getting dragged up by the indices. But remember, most of these vol short positions that we're looking at, Revlon, Fubo, Upstart, GME, it's in the market maker's best interest, and it's in the best interest of volatility shorts to continue to suppress flips in their gamma. If all of their gamma hedge, like the gamma hedging on these stocks, flips, they will run, right? Because once that flip happens, they need to run the gamma up to gamma maximum, right? And that spikes IV really hard, which obviously you don't want if you're short volatility. So their ideal scenario will be to internalize and suppress breakouts on all of these for the rest of this week, leading into that ETF FTD covering period, which is different for all of these stocks. At which point, they stop suppressing the upside because they're covering. So the rest of this week could be really grindy, but if the market continues to push up, it's going to put pressure on the asymmetric risk they create by internalizing those positions. Remember, if you're internalizing buy orders of a stock at $20 and the stock moves up to 22, you've then created asymmetric risk in your position, right? And you multiply that over thousands of positions and thousands of different spreads and price from the point of internalization to the point of capitulation, and you get quite a large amount of risk, right? So their abilities to sustain this is directly affected by the amount of active fund pressure that continues to buy these underlying stocks. If you are trying to play these stocks during this period to the upside, stay very close to the money, because that suppression is not going to, they're going to try to prevent a spike in IV, and they're going to try to prevent the price from rising too much. So you want to be very near the money, right? Because you just want your options to kind of go in the money, and then you can sell them. And then when the next time there's a red candle on the market and they short the fuck out of the entire basket, you can buy the calls back, and you can just rinse and repeat that strategy over and over again while they do this. It's difficult. I don't recommend it for anybody who's not very good at trading, but it's a way to make money. As far as covered calls go, they remain relatively dangerous on all of these stocks, especially with the SPY continuing to push up and apply pressure. They have broken before. There have been periods in the past where the hedge has broken. They weren't able to sustain the internalization, and we did get runs up to gamma max during the ETF FTD period. August, most recently, was a very good example of that. Back in February, for GME, back in November of last year for GME and BBBY. So pay attention to that. There is potential there, but more potential to sell covered calls than there really is potential to capture profits on long calls. Caterpillar still moving up with DJI, which is looking good. SPY's got quite a ways to go. It's pushing towards 3,800. Futures might already be there. That's going to put pressure on that kind of that last vestige of short positioning in the market. And if that starts to capitulate, then we're going to really see the full force of that market maker deleverage across the indices, which then, also across the underlying stocks in those indices, like a wave. And that will begin this, probably the strongest part of the bear rally. Obviously paying attention very closely to macro data every day. Remember, as price goes up, VIX drops and puts get cheaper. So keep an eye out for that. And if you do all of that, you should be pretty good this week. I'll hopefully our data will be back up tomorrow, and we'll have updated Greek neutrals, and everything will be good to go. As far as the pimento goes, yeah, here I'll show you guys. We're getting, like I just said, really, really close to the point of capitulation. See, we're kind of moving right into the green zone as we move up. Remember, this is, kind of like just a way to visualize short capitulation. You have price moving up, which is obviously bad for short positions. And you also have theta decay into the majority of their short positions, which are out here on October 21st. And so as we move into the green area, we are more and more likely to see strong amounts of capitulation. Breaking this trend on the SPY is very significant. If we do, then yeah, we can really start to see, some upside to like, these 39 levels or high 38 levels. All hail the pimento, and you guys have a great night. I'll see you in the morning.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.